It's in a book, a really rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow. A really rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a really rainbow.
Hi there. You know, there's nothing like a good dinosaur movie to get the imagination going. Ever since I can remember, I've been in love with dinosaurs. I used to dream of going back in time millions of years to get a close-up look at a real dinosaur. But you know, coming face to face with one of those big fellas would be no joke. Unless, of course, he had a good sense of humor.
What does a dinosaur use to fix things? A rep tool. Get it? A rep tool. Okay, you look like a musical crowd. What kind of music do teenage dinosaurs like best? Rocks and roll. All right, cool it. I got this one will kill you. What did the dinosaur piano teacher tell his students? Be sure and practice your scales. Boom, boom. Oh, I got 1,000,000 of them!
There used to be dinosaurs right where I'm walking now, and they were no laughing matter. Some dinosaurs, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, were as big as that backhoe. And just one of its teeth was as long as the space between your wrist and your elbow. Can you imagine how large its mouth must have been? What if that machine wasn't digging, but eating any and everything that crossed its path? You know, I feel pretty small next to these large machines. Kind of gives me an idea of what it would feel like to live in a world full of giant dinosaurs and ear-splitting sounds. Did you know that on construction sites, just like this one, machines sometimes dig up teeth and bones of dinosaurs that have been buried for millions of years? I've been reading a fascinating book all about digging up dinosaurs and putting them back together. In fact, that's what it's called. There's a dinosaur in this book whose head is almost 2 times larger than your entire body. And it shows us just how small you and I would seem if we were to stand next to a dinosaur. As you can see, I've been through this book more than once.
Digging up dinosaurs and putting them together again by Aliki. ever seen dinosaur skeletons in a museum? I have. I visit them all the time. I went again yesterday. I saw a Apatosaurus. It weighed 90,000 pounds. Apatosaurus is its real name, but some people call it Brontosaurus. I saw Iguanodon. I recognize Iguanodon by its horned thumbs. I saw Triceratops. Tri means three. 3 horns. Triceratops. I like to say their names. Tyrannosaurus used to scare me. Just its head is almost twice my size. Hello, up there. I'm not afraid of dinosaurs anymore. Sometimes I call them, "You bag of bones," under my breath. I used to wonder where they came from and how they got into the museum. But now I know. Dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. A few of them were as small as birds, but most were enormous. Some ate plants. Some ate the meat of other dinosaurs. And some may have eaten the eggs of other dinosaurs. Ew. Dinosaurs lived everywhere. They lived on every continent in the world. Then they died out. There hasn't been a dinosaur around for 65 million years. Until about 200 years ago, no one knew anything about dinosaurs. Then people began finding things in rock. People were finding fossils. Fossils are a kind of diary of the past. Here's how they formed. A dinosaur died and sank into a river. Its flesh rotted. Its skeleton was covered by sand. In time, the sand and skeleton turned to stone. The dinosaur was hidden for millions of years. The earth changed. Then, some of the stone broke away and part of the dinosaur showed. Everything we know about dinosaurs comes from studying fossils. What finds these were! People crowded into museums to see them. But the dinosaur bones didn't just get up and walk there. They had to be dug out of the ground, slowly and patiently. This is how fossil hunters work. First, they have to find a dinosaur. They search along riverbanks and in quarries. They climb up high cliffs and down deep canyons. With luck, someone spots a fossil bone poking through the rock. The site is covered with a tent, and the work begins. Scientists chip at the rock close to the fossil. They brush away the grit. They have to be very careful. A fossil is hard as rock, but very brittle and easy to shatter. Sometimes the bones are found all scrambled up like this. Figuring out how they go together is some job. When the bones are ready to be moved, they are carefully wrapped in tissue paper and put into boxes or sacks. Large bones are covered with a plaster cast, just as a broken leg is. The cast protects the bone. At the museum, scientists study the bones. They try to figure out what size and shape the dinosaur was. They try to find out how the dinosaur stood and walked and what he ate. If there are enough bones, scientists are able to build a complete skeleton. Until recently, only a few museums had dinosaurs. Then, scientists learned to make copies of the skeletons. A mold is made for each bone. each bone has a top and bottom mold. Now museums all over the world have dinosaur skeletons. And many people can spend hours looking at them, the way I do. See you at the museum sometime.
Our friend in this book sure knew where to have a good time. Museums are fantastic places. They have incredible things to do, see, and hear. You know, museums are a lot like zoos, only their treasures are still alive. In fact, many of the animals on the earth today are living cousins to the dinosaurs. And looking at them can help us to imagine what real dinosaurs might have been like.
Imagine for a moment your relatives assembled, and when you looked around the room, you noticed they resembled those great and mighty creatures that once lived here before us, our favoritist of ancestors, the dinosaurs. Lizards, alligators, even snakes with slinky necks could look through family photos and find Tyrannosaurus Rex. Most likely, they would recognize his dried-out, beady skin. It's pretty much the same type as they now are living in. Or what about the tortoise? Go and tap upon his shell. He'll remember ancient tales, though they'll take him time to tell. His uncle, Ankylosaurus, was a dino of distinction. He passed on down his hard hat back. The rest went to extinction. Take a good look at Rhinoceros. His face is old and fossilous, and that nose, who knows what he did to merit it? From Triceratops he did inherit it. Way a hippopotamus's bottomus. He won't make a fuss. His dino cousins were such blimps, the hippo thinks he's quite the shrimp. If an elephant's in a funk, ask him where he got his trunk. He won't name a department store. He'll credit it to a dinosaur. So, if your relatives seem reptilian, and some even look like they're over 1,000,000, climb on up your family tree and check your dino history.
Well, we've read a book about dinosaur digs, seen some of their living relatives. Now it's time we go on a dig of our own. Got all the gear I need, my trusty guidebook. Now I'm ready to go out and dig up some fossils and carve out a name for myself. This is an old wreck of a Jeep, but he gets me where I want to go. I call him Jeeposaurus Wreck, and you're not gonna believe the sound this motor makes. At Dinosaur National Monument in Jensen, Utah. 140 million years ago, dinosaurs roamed this valley and flourished here. Now all that's left are fossils. They are bones embedded in the rock. This is the only place in the world where you can see dinosaur bones exactly as nature preserved them. Come on, let's take a look. Hi, guys.
Hi, LeVar. How do you like it up here?
Oh, it's pretty nice.
I'm Linda, one of the rangers, and this is Tobe, one of the paleontologists who actually uncovers the bones here.
This is amazing. What is this, a wall of dinosaur bones, huh?
Good description. This is one of the biggest dinosaur deposits in the world, in fact.
About how many bones do you think are in here?
Well, at last count, we're up over 2,100, I think.
You really do keep a count?
That's right. We number every one of them, identify it if we can, and keep a complete catalog of all the different kinds.
About how many dinosaurs do you think left their bones behind here?
Oh, probably a couple dozen of them. Sometimes it's just one bone from one animal. Sometimes it might be maybe half a skeleton or so. And there are about 10 different types of dinosaurs here. Everything from little ones right up to the great big ones like Brontosaurus.
Really? What's Toby doing up here?
Mostly just chipping away some of the rock from around the bones. He's not trying to get the bone clear out, but to uncover it and leave it in place in the rock so that he can tell what it is and so that people who come here can see it.
What kind of tools does he use?
Everything from large hammers and chisels, like the one he was using there, right down to ice picks for some of the really fine work, just scraping away the rock.
This one looks kind of like a big drumstick or something. What is this bone?
Well, that's pretty close. This would be part of the lower back leg, probably of Brontosaurus, just the same as this in us. And this right here is probably the thigh bone from the same animal.
How old are these bones?
Oh, about 140 million years.
140 million years.
Right.
Now, say you wanted to take one of these bones out of here. What would you do with it then?
Well, first Tobe would leave some of the rock around the bone to help protect it while he gets it loose. And then he would take it down into our laboratory and work on it in there in more detail. Would you like to go see?
I'd love to.
Let's go. This is the lab where we work on the bones that have come out of the cliff, especially some of the ones that we want to use for special exhibits or displays, like this fellow here.
Well, now, what's this weird-looking guy's name?
That's Allosaurus. It's one of the rarer types of dinosaurs found here. And here, for instance, is a copy of a skull of Allosaurus.
This isn't the real thing, then?
Not the real thing, just an exact copy.
Whoa, look at these teeth.
What would you guess it ate?
Well, meat probably. They're pretty sharp.
That's right. They're sharp-pointed and sharp on the edges, too. Since Allosaurus couldn't cook its Brontosaurus steaks, why, it had to be able to rip right through that tough meat.
Now, there are a lot of holes here. Which one was the eye?
This one was for the eye. You can see on the model there how it was right under this big ridge of bone.
Right. Was this like an eyebrow or something?
Kind of like that, probably.
Right.
And then here we have an arm of an Allosaurus, even though it was rather short compared to its body. Big claws here probably helped it grab onto whatever it was going to eat, and it would just hang on to that and then rip into it with its teeth and tear it to pieces.
It doesn't sound very appetizing to me.
Probably a messy eater.
What else have you got to show us?
Over here, Tobe is working on a skull of Allosaurus that came out of the rocks. Shall we take a look at that?
Sure.
Now, this is an Allosaurus skull that actually did come out of the wall, and you can see Tobe is just very carefully chipping away some of the rock from around the teeth. So it's very detailed work. You know, dinosaurs aren't the only fossils that we find here. There are also fossils of crocodiles and turtles, like this one.
Wow.
You can see that it looks just about like a shell from a modern turtle living nowadays. And these numbers are all the different pieces of the shell, all the plates that fit together. And we also have a very small turtle here, probably a young one, and it's just this tiny little shell, and it's so well preserved that we can even see all of these tiny little leg and foot and toe bones here on the underside of it.
Neat. But what I want to know is, how did all these dinosaur bones get here in the first place?
Well, it's a very interesting story. We think there was a large river flowing here, and as dinosaurs lived and died all around the river, sometimes when it overflowed, maybe after rainstorms, it would pick up some of their bones and bodies. Sometimes just a few scattered bones, maybe sometimes a whole big bloated body floating down the river. And they would get stranded here and there in the shallow places or where the river went around a curve and slowed down. And other dinosaurs might come along and pick apart some of the skeletons, picking the meat off them, scattering the bones around more. And then later floods would keep on, covering over the bones with more sand and mud until they were buried.
So that's how all these dinosaur bones got here. That's really interesting. Tell me, Linda, why are you leaving all the bones in the wall?
Well, this is really the only place in the world where you can see so many dinosaur bones right in the rock where they were found, right where the dinosaurs themselves used to live.
So even though we have all of these bones, we still don't know exactly what dinosaurs look like, do we?
That's right. You can only tell so much from the bones. You can see about how they fit together and how the muscles attach to them, maybe how they moved, but there are lots of details that we don't really know, like their skin. You know, what color was it? Were they blue or green, or maybe pink with purple polka dots?
I guess no one ever took a picture of one.
That's right.
Boy, it boggles the mind. Well, thanks a lot for showing me around.
I'm glad you could come.
You know, I'm feeling a little dinosaur. And speaking of doctors, how does a dinosaur doctor check his patient's heart? He takes his mud pressure. I like an audience that showers me with love. All right. Where does a dinosaur study to become a doctor?
Huh?
At medical school. All right. I thought Vegas was tough, but this is the pits. The mud pits, that is. Folks, if you'd like to be as popular as I am, then this book is for you. Tyrannosaurus Rex, a book of dinosaur riddles by Noel Stern, pictures by Victoria Chess. Don't tell anyone, but it's where I got all those great jokes I've been telling. And you've seen how popular I am. Wow, here are some other books I think you'll enjoy, but you don't have to take my word for it. And this crowd certainly doesn't.
Hi kids, my name is Ahmed, and I read a terrific book called Dinosaurs, but its real title should be Drawing Dinosaurs because it shows you some specific ways to draw dinosaurs. And not only does it show you how to draw dinosaurs, but it shows you how to say some of the names, like Dimetrodon, Brontosaurus, and Brachiosaurus. I drew Ichthyosaurus, and I drew it with a pencil so I can erase the lines when I was finished. If you want to decorate your room with dinosaur pictures, I suggest you go out and get this book right away so you can learn how to draw many of the dinosaurs.
If you're interested in bones, rocks, or fossils that come from 1 million years ago, I think you would be interested in if you're a hunter of fossils. My name is Terry Whitehead. This book is not like a storybook because it is written in columns and it is a poem. I really like the picture where they showed a lady as being an ocean. And I also like the way they're illustrating the person as talking right to you. I think you'd like this book because of the pictures and the poetry, and because I read it in my bedroom, and I think you'd like to, too.
Hi, do you like dinosaurs? Millions and millions of years ago, there was dinosaurs everywhere, all over the place. My name is Kevin Ryback. I just read a book called Dinosaur Time. My favorite dinosaur is called the Brontosaurus because he's real big and fat and he's got a real tiny mouth. And some of the other dinosaurs in the book are real ugly because they're real fat and they got big horns on them. I think you should take a look at this book because everybody likes dinosaurs and the pictures are great.
How could creatures that existed for millions of years just vanish? Compared to how long dinosaurs lived on the Earth, we humans have been here only a very short time. Sure enough, it's a mystery, and the clues to that mystery are buried beneath the ground, like lost treasure. Each moment of every day, you and I stand on top of layers and layers of other time periods. If you dig down one layer, you might find an Indian arrowhead from, say, 100 or 200 years ago. But if you kept digging, you might find a fossil that's millions of years old. Well, we've seen people digging treasures out of the ground. I thought I'd put some clues back in. What if, eons in the future, other beings are trying to figure out what humans are like? What was important to you and me? What made us uniquely human? Well, a time capsule filled with clues about our times could help them. What would you put in this time capsule to explain what humans are like?
My baseball card collection because there will be different players then.
I will leave my dirty sneakers.
I'll leave my TV.
My wheelchair, because in the future they might have a cure for handicaps.
I will leave my Smurf doll.
A baseball bat.
I would leave my old shoes, old pants, old shirts, and old dresses and old dolls. A turkey.
I'd like to put a cassette tape and a cassette player in the time capsule and say that the most important thing in the world is peace.
Boy, those were some great suggestions. I think I'll just add a few things of my own. Let's see, some house keys. Photograph of me. How about an aerosol spray can? And of course, a copy of my favorite book. There. I wonder if these clues will help others figure out what we were like. Will anyone even care? I'd like to think so. After all, it's been millions of years since the dinosaurs disappeared, and we're still trying to put together the puzzle of their lives. Why were they so big? And what did they really look like? And why did they die out? Become extinct? When the dinosaurs ruled the Earth, how could they have known that millions of years in the future we'd be dreaming about them? I'm sure they never dreamed of us. See you next time.
Hold it! You can't end the show. I got one last joke. What did the dinosaur say when she bought a new book? Oh. I can really sink my teeth into this. Hey! Maybe that's how the dinosaurs disappeared. They died laughing.
Watch carefully and don't blink, because there's magic in that paintbrush. Brian Tom is using it to wake up the spirit of that rainbow-colored lion. And soon, with the help of other artists, that lion will be ready to jump up and dance. Looks like I could be way at the other side of the world, but really I'm in a very special neighborhood right in the heart of New York City, Chinatown. I'm looking forward to spending the day here, enjoying all the wonderful sights, sounds, and flavors of a very special neighborhood with a very special way of life. Lots of what you see in this neighborhood is probably very much like what you see in your own, but other things are deliciously different. An old friend with a new look, eating bok choy or kumquats for lunch, good luck dragons lurking on street signs, and dancing lions. Lions are just one way that Chinese culture is unique. In Western stories, lions are often fierce and dangerous. But in Chinese mythology, instead of hurting people, lions help them by chasing away evil spirits and bringing good luck. For thousands of years, Chinese people have done lion dances to celebrate any happy occasion or new beginning. Weddings, New Year's, even the grand opening of a store. As part of the dance, wise men feed the lions lucky foods, lettuce and tangerines. In return, the lions bring good fortune. Brian Tom, the one putting on the lion's head, started learning the lion's dance when he was only 6. It takes years and years to learn the dance, and only the very best dancers are given the special honor of dancing inside the lion's head. This evening, after all their practice and hard work, the musicians and dancers will make these lions come to life. Making something come to life is part of the magic of being an artist of any kind. Imagine what would happen if everything you drew came to life. Well, that's what happens in this book, Liang and the Magic Paintbrush. It's the story of a boy who wants to be an artist more than anything else in the whole world.
Leung si yu mo so cha. Liang and the Magic Paintbrush by Demi. Long ago, in China, a boy named Liang earned money gathering firewood and cutting reeds. His one wish was to paint, but he could not afford to buy a brush. One day, he passed an art school and went in. "I want so much to paint," he said. "Please, will you teach me?" "What?" the teacher glared at him. "A beggar wants to paint." He drove Liang away. But Liang could not keep his fingers still. When he went to gather firewood, he drew birds in the sand with a twig. One night, as he slept, an old man appeared on a phoenix and placed a brush in Liang's hand. "It is a magic paintbrush. Use it carefully," the old man said, and flew away. Liang jumped for joy. "Thank you so much," he called after the old man. Immediately, Liang began to paint. He painted deer. As he finished, he saw that the deer came to life. It really was a magic paintbrush. "I will paint things for my poor friends," he thought, and he painted toy birds, horses, lanterns, and balls for the children. Then he went to the marketplace and set up a table among the other merchants, and he made pictures of birds to sell. To make sure the birds did not come to life, he left something out. One day, a man asked for a picture of a crane. Liang gave it only one eye. But by accident, one drop of ink fell where the second eye should have been, and the crane flew away. Now everyone knew about Liang's magic brush, including the greedy emperor. He went out with all his soldiers to take the brush away from Liang. But Liang refused to give it up. The emperor ordered him bound and brought to the palace. There, the emperor ordered Liang to paint a dragon, but Liang painted a toad instead. Furious, the emperor seized the brush and ordered Liang imprisoned. The greedy emperor then sat down to paint mountains of gold, but they turned into rocks and rolled off the table. The emperor tried again. He painted a large tree. But what do you think happened? It turned into an enormous python which nearly bit the emperor's head off. Liang knew the brush would lose its magic in the emperor's hands. He thought of a plan, and he sent word to the emperor saying that in exchange for his freedom, he would paint whatever the emperor wished. The emperor accepted.
Paint me the sea,
The emperor ordered. Liang drew a sea.
Where are the fish?
The emperor asked. Liang drew, and soon a sea full of fish were swimming about.
So long as we have a sea,
Said the emperor.
let us have a boat.
Liang painted a boat, which was soon bobbing about on the water. Delighted, the emperor called the royal family to come and join him on the boat.
Get us some wind so we can move.
Cried the emperor. Happily, Liang painted wind and the boat began to rock.
More wind.
The emperor cried. Liang drew more wind and more. Soon waves were splashing and crashing over the deck. Enough, the emperor cried. But Liang would not listen. He drew so much wind, the boat keeled over and broke into 1,000,000 pieces. The emperor and the royal family sank to the bottom of the sea. The story of Liang and his magic paintbrush spread far and wide. But what became of Liang? Nobody knows. Some say that he went back to his own village. Others say that he roamed the earth, painting for the poor, wherever he went.
Nobody knows exactly what happened to Liang, but I have a feeling a little bit of him lives on in all of us. Even ordinary Chinese writing like this looks like the work of an artist. In fact, the art of Chinese calligraphy is the work of highly respected artists who study for years to develop their skills. Let's go visit a calligrapher's studio and see how he works.
Dr. Leon Cheng is one of the finest calligraphers in the whole world. Ink, inkstone, paper, brushes. These are the 4 treasures of the Chinese calligrapher. The words say young friends in ancient Chinese characters. No work of Chinese art or calligraphy is finished until the artist stamps his own special seal in bright red.
Many Chinese people, especially artists and scholars, have their own seals, just like this one. It's like having your own personal sign or symbol cut in stone. It's very beautiful, Mr. Shi. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This one was made for me by Mr. Shi, a master seal carver who just came to this country from the city of Shanghai, in the People's Republic of China. A carver like Mr. Shi spends 20 years studying to master his art. First he learns painting, then calligraphy, then how to cut in stone.
等一下。
Mr. Xu wants to seal back. It isn't quite finished yet. You have to put the dedication on the stone.
The dedication? Ah. The dedication is being carved into the soapstone with a carving knife that's very, very sharp. Every artist signs his work, and the dedication is Mr. Shi's signature that this is his work of art.
Okay.
Finished?
Yeah.
What does the dedication say, Miranda?
To Mr. LeVar from Mr. Shi.
Thank you very much.
我教你怎么用。
Now he'll show you how to use the stamp.
Oh, please, yeah. What is this? Is this ink?
Yes, it's called vermilion.
Ah.
Yes.
Just get it all over there like that, huh? Press real hard, and then just lift.
Yeah.
Ah.
红炉。
The seals means man who dwells in the rainbow.
The man who dwells in the rainbow. It's wonderful. Now can I put a stamp in my book?
Yeah.
Yeah? Like that?
Yeah.
There. Now everyone will know this book belongs to me. Liang was an artist who brought things to life. Mr. Shi is an artist who works in stone. The artists at the New York Institute of Technology are creating pictures using modern tools that are part magic paintbrush, part computer, and part pure imagination. Imagine painting with light instead of paint or ink. It's like painting with a rainbow that has over 16 billion colors. Watch.
Painting with a computer is similar to painting at home. The difference is we use an electronic pen, we use a tablet, and we display our pictures on a monitor. Hi, I'm Larry Green. I'd like to welcome you to the New York Institute of Technology Computer Graphics Lab. Right now I'm working on the dragon boat that Liang was painting for the evil emperor. The first thing I have to do is use the keyboard in order to start up the program. And now we're ready to make a painting. Here are all my choices displayed on the VT100. I've made a special brush to paint the body of the dragon boat. This is how it works. You can see it puts in the textures for me. But we can even do that faster. We can go in and fill that area. So now we've got all the patterns we need for the dragon. Now we're going to change the boat just slightly so it has more dimension. Now, in order to save time, I did some drawings earlier. I saved those drawings in the computer, and I can recall those drawings and show you exactly what I've done. You can see how I put in a nice slithery red tongue in here, and the contrast of the blue horns. That's important to make the dragon look so glamorous. And in come the emperor and his slaves who are going to row the boat. The oars are red, and the reason they're red is that they stand out against the rest of the colors, and they help us when we want to create movement. Now what happens if I want to change something on the picture? It looks good in this state, but we can still make changes. And watch what happens when I magnify. See that? I changed the color of the eyes to red. But I don't really think that red suits the dragon. I think the green was the right choice. So let's go back and pick that green. There, now we're back to normal. Now, wouldn't it be nice to put our dragon boat in its proper setting? Something like an ocean scene. Here we're combining our animation with the background and our original dragon boat painting. It looks like there's a storm brewing too. The clouds are starting to get darker and the water is getting rougher. I guess you can see why I like working on the computer. It has a lot to offer. We can adjust things, we can make some movement, we can even change colors. Before I say goodbye, let's take a look and see what happens to the evil emperor.
One of my favorite things about visiting Chinatown is the food. You know, Chinese cooking is really a very special art. But instead of using paintbrush, ink, and paper, or even computer and light pen, some of the raw ingredients are lo ba, Chinese white turnip, choy sum, which is baby bok choy, ginger, and even lotus root. You know, all this is making me pretty hungry. Why don't we go to one of my favorite Chinese restaurants, the Mandarin in Pell, and meet my good friend Alex Wong as he prepares a feast fit for an emperor. Wow, Alex, this smells delicious. What is this?
I'm serving you the Grandma Wong's chicken soup today.
Grandma Wong's chicken soup, huh? What's in
Yeah.
this now?
It has the whole chicken, cut in pieces, and then serve and put in with fresh ginger and scallions.
Boy, it smells great.
And takes about 3 hours to cook this.
3 hours for one pot of soup?
Right. That's for you.
Well, I love chicken soup.
Great.
I love chicken soup.
Try it, you'll love it.
You think so, huh? Outrageous. I love it.
Great.
Delicious. I love it. So what's for our main course now?
Oh, I'm having a Mongolian beef for you. Is it okay today?
Mongolian beef. Terrific, yeah. So while I'm eating my soup, you're going to prepare the beef?
Yeah.
All right.
Very important, keep the knife sharp, and that way you don't cut your fingers.
Right.
You see? And I'm putting in the vegetable oil now in the wok.
The wok is a really traditional cooking tool for Chinese, isn't it?
Yeah, you could cook a lot of food in the wok because it's very deep. And also you heat up the food evenly.
Alex, this looks great.
Yeah, this is
Absolutely.
a Mongolian beef.
A Mongolian beef. Alex's specialty, huh?
Right.
Delicious.
Great. Glad
Delicious.
you like it.
You know, I think I'm finally beginning to master the art of eating with chopsticks here. Well, almost. Delicious. I love it. It's great. What's for dessert?
Oh, we have the candied banana for you.
Candied bananas. Great.
Right.
I'll finish this while you get the bananas, right?
Okay.
Okay.
This is the honey candy banana.
Outrageous.
Here, LeVar. This is the candied banana for you.
Candied bananas.
Yeah.
Looks delicious. Thank you. How do you say thank you in Chinese?
Oh, thank you in Chinese is shay shay.
Shay shay.
Yeah.
Now, Alex, you've made so much food here, I can't possibly eat it all. You must sit down and join me.
Sure, I'd be love to.
Okay. Did you know that in China, nobody eats Chinese fortune cookies? Well, it's true. They're strictly a Chinese-American invention. But for me, no Chinese meal is complete without one of these curly, crunchy cookies. And a glimpse into the future. Let's see. You can't judge a book by its cover. Well, you certainly don't have to, because if you enjoyed Li Yang and the Magic Paintbrush, here's some other books that you might like. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hello, friends. My name is Jacobia Cunningham. I just got to read a terrific book named Emma. She was a 72-year-old lady who was lonely every day. So one day she said, I'm going to go buy me some paints and a brush and an easel. Then she painted a lot of things and she was never lonely again. The pictures in this book were very bright and nice. One of my favorite pictures in the book was when Emma and her cat named Pumpkin Seeds sat in the sun curling their toes. My final statement is that you can never be lonely if you're creative. That's what this book is all about. Signing off, Jacobia Cunningham.
Hello, my name is Tina Ingracia, and I like to draw very much. So if you like to draw, I think you'll enjoy this book called If You Take a Pencil by Fulvio Testa. One of the nicest things about the book is the illustrations. They're realistic and very nice. Lots of colors, and if you look closely, you'll see things that happen later on in the story, which give you clues about what's going to happen later. The very best picture in the whole book was the last one. It was the mystery of the whole story. It took you right back to the beginning. And you know what? I think a pencil is a real treasure. Hi, I'm Anne Michelle Harrington. That's Anne Michelle with one L. When I was 5 or 6, I wished I could play the piano, but I never got my chance till I was 8. In a way, it relates to the book I just read, Ben's Trumpet, by Rachel Isadora. Ben wants to play the trumpet so much, he goes around pretending he has a trumpet all the time. One day, he was standing in front of the Zigzag Jazz Club, and the boys across the street said, "Hey, man, what you think you're doing?" And he said, "I'm playing my trumpet." And he said, "Man, you're crazy. You ain't got no trumpet." And he started to walk away sadly, just as the trumpeter came out for his lunch break. The trumpeter said, "What's the matter?" And he said, "I don't have a trumpet." And he said, "Well, maybe we can fix that." And he went inside, and he let Ben blow on his trumpet for a little while. Remember, Anne Michelle is telling you to read this book because it says, never lose hope. And everybody needs to hear that once in a while.
Look, every color in the rainbow. The streets of Chinatown are especially magical at night. It's as if someone has painted the town with a giant magic paintbrush. You know, we haven't even begun to delve into all the treasures that Chinatown has to offer, but now it's time for the lion dance. The Chinese seem to have a knack for making an art out of even the most ordinary things. Writing, carving, cooking, even the way they celebrate the opening of a new store. Bob, would you like to join us? Boy, would I love to. Hi there. This is 165 East 95th Street. Just the place...
Excuse me, sir.
It's just the place that I was...
Watch your step.
Oh. Just the place that I was looking for. Boy, it's hard to move, isn't it? Hiya, Snoopy. Hard to watch all of your favorite things packed up into big brown boxes that disappear into a moving van. Hard to believe they'll all show up again soon, safe and sound in your new room. But they will. I guess everybody who's ever moved knows that jittery kind of liberty-gibberty feeling you get right here. The feeling that you can't wait to get started, and the feeling that you're not quite ready to leave. Well, even if you've never moved, you've probably had almost the same feeling. When moving on to a new classroom and a new teacher, said goodbye to an old friend, or even gone away on a summer vacation and left your friends behind. Well, this book, Gila Monsters Meet You at the Airport, tells the story of a little boy who used to live right here in this very building, then moved away with his parents. So whether you've moved or you might, or whether you're just waiting to make friends with a new kid on the block, I think there's something here for you.
Gila Monsters Meet You at the Airport by Marjorie Weinman Charman. Pictures by Byron Barton. I live at 165 East 95th Street, New York City, and I'm going to stay here forever. My mother and father are moving out west. They say I have to go too. They say I can't stay here forever. Out west, nobody plays baseball because they're too busy chasing buffaloes. And there's cactus everywhere you look. But if you don't look, you have to stand up just as soon as you sit down. Out west, it takes 15 minutes just to say hello. Like this. Howdy, partner. Out west, I'll look silly all the time. I'll have to wear chaps and spurs and a bandana. And a hat so big that nobody can find me underneath it. And I'll have to ride a horse to school every day. And I don't know how. Out west, everybody grows up to be a sheriff. I want to be a subway driver. My best friend is Seymour, and we like to eat salami sandwiches together. Out west, I probably won't have any friends. But if I do, they'll be named Tex or Slim. I'm only chili and beans for breakfast. And lunch. And dinner. Well, I miss Seymour and salami. I'm on my way out west. It's cool in the airplane. The desert is so hot you can collapse. And then the buzzards circle overhead. But no one rescues you because it's real life and not the movies. There are clouds out the window. No buzzards yet. I'm looking at a map. Before, whenever I looked at a map, I always knew my house was on the right. But no more. Now I'm in the middle of that map, and I'm going left, out west. Seymour says there are Gila monsters and horned toads out west. And I read it in a book, so I know it's so. But Seymour says they meet you at the airport. We're here, out west. I don't know what a Gila monster or horned toad looks like, but I don't think I see any at the airport.
Cactus Airlines Flight 9, departing for back east.
I see a boy in a cowboy hat. He looks like Seymour, but I know his name is Tex. Hi, I say. Hi, he says. I'm moving east. great, I say. Great, he says. What's so great about it? Don't you know that the streets are full of gangsters? They all wear flowers in their lapels so they look honest, but they zoom around in big cars with screeching brakes. You have to jump out of their way. In the east, it snows and blows all the time, except for 5 minutes when it's spring and summer. And you have to live on the 50th floor. Airplanes fly through your bedroom, and you've got to duck fast. They ran out of extra space in the east a long time ago. It's so crowded, people sit on top of each other when they ride to work. And alligators live in the sewers. I've read it in a book, so I know it's so. Then the mother and father of the boy, who looks like Seymour, but isn't, grab his hand and he goes off. Sometimes the alligators get out, he yells to me, and they wait for you at the airport. It's warm, but there's a nice breeze. We're in a taxi riding to our new house. No horses yet. I don't see any buffalo stampedes either. I see a restaurant just like the one in my old neighborhood. I see some kids playing baseball. I see a horse. Hey, that's a great-looking horse. I'm going to ask my mother and father for one like it. Here's our house. Some kids are riding their bikes in front of it. I hope one of them is named Slim. Tomorrow, I'm writing a long letter to Seymour. I'll tell him I'm sending it by Pony Express. Seymour will believe me. Back east, they don't know much about us Westerners.
Back east, they don't know too much about us Westerners. Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that, partner. Well, no alligators in these sewers, and no airplanes ever flown through my bedroom window either. So I guess you can't believe everything you read, even if it's in a good book. Remember when I talked about earlier that funny feeling we sometimes get? Well, it's happened to me, lots. I remember once it was the first day of school in the 2nd grade. It was a big classroom with lots of kids, and to make it easier for us to find our seats, the teacher made name tags for us and put them on our desks. Well, I looked and looked, but I couldn't find a desk with my name on it. Finally, everybody in the classroom had a seat but me. I felt like I had a million butterflies in my stomach, all trying to get out. Well, the teacher took me down the hall to another classroom, and there was my very own desk with my name right there on it. I sure felt better knowing I was where I belonged. You know, it's a nice day. How about a walk in the park? I wonder what our friend who moved out west is up to. Even if Gila monsters didn't meet him at the airport, I wonder if he's seen any yet. You know, I've never met a Gila monster before. I've no idea what they are or what they're like. Do you know what a Gila monster is?
A Gila monster? Sounds pretty weird to me. Brown and furry, yellow teeth, big sharp claws, real claws. And if you get in there, we go whoosh. Well, it's got little cat's ears with a nose that has whiskers on it, with scales down the back. He's friendly. He lives in the water. The water. A Gila monster is a dragon. It's big and ugly. Stinks. And fat, too.
Well, I'm still not exactly sure what a Gila monster is, but one of the best ways to find out is to go out west and see one. This map ought to help get us going.
Gila monsters really aren't as big as people think they are. As you can see, they're only about 1.5 feet long. Hi, I'm Lauren Kepner, and I'm a biologist with the Arizona Game and Fish Department. As you can see, the Gila monster really isn't a monster at all, although it is larger than most of the lizards you'll find in the desert. You can see it's really well adapted for the desert. You can look at its skin. It's hard and beady and really tough. It's really rough to the touch. If we can get him to stick out his tongue, you'd see that his tongue's forked, and that helps him taste the air. But if we turn him over, you can see the scales on his belly are a lot different. They're real smooth. They're not round, they're sort of square-shaped. You can see his claws here. Look at these. Got fingernails. They look like a cat's fingernails, don't they? He uses these for digging, either digging up eggs in nests or digging out the dirt out of a burrow. And you can see his tail, how thick it is. It's long and blunted, and it's pretty thick, and this is where he stores fat. When he eats, he stores energy in here. He can use up this energy in his tail. Well, let's take a look and see what this guy looks like walking along the ground. We have to be careful, though, because if he starts moving away and finds a mammal burrow, he can disappear down the hole. There's his tongue moving in and out, trying to taste the air, get a location on things. He's a protected animal in the state of Arizona. It's because not many people know very much about them. You don't see them that often. The reason he got his name, Gila monster, is the early explorers found him while they traveled along the Gila River. There are a lot of myths about this animal. People were scared of it. They even thought that it had poisonous breath, and that when it breathed on you, you would either die or all the plants and animals around it would wither up and die. You see, when he walks, he holds his body above the ground, and his tail also. That's because when the ground gets too hot during the hot summer months, he's got to keep his body up above it so he doesn't get too hot and have to go under too soon. Here's a burrow entrance that the Gila monster might use. He'll use those claws we saw earlier to dig around in here, to dig out the dirt so he can fit down under there. He'll get out of the heat of the day that way. Usually they're found typically under creosote bushes like this. The creosote bush, like the Gila monster, it had to adapt to the desert heat also. It has a thick resin coating on its leaves so it doesn't lose that much water. There's lots of bushes and trees in the desert and lots of cacti also. You've probably seen this one in back of me, the saguaro cactus. It's been in a lot of movies and books. How big do you really think it is? Watch this. Wow, can you believe how tall this is? It must be over 20 feet high. The saguaro cactus is one of the tallest cacti in the Arizona desert. It's also one of the oldest. This one here must be about 150 years old. If you take a closer look at the saguaro, you can see that its skin is really tough, but the thick skin protects it from the heat of the day. It has spines, which are actually modified leaves. These are real sharp and pointed. You wouldn't want to run into this cactus. You know, a lot of people have the misconception that the desert is a really dry place with no water at all. But actually, there are rivers that cut through the desert and bring water down from the mountains. There are two rivers not very far from here. Why don't we go take a look at where they meet? Well, here we are down at the river. You can see there's a lot more water here than we saw back in the desert where we came from. This is the Salt River, and it comes from the east in the mountains and flows down west through the desert. The Verde River comes down from the north and flows down and meets the Salt right here. This is the confluence where the two rivers meet. You can see the mesquite trees down here at the river. It's mesquite and salt cedar. This is introduced, and it's actually from Africa. And if you look at it, it's got a feathery appearance, sort of like plumes on a bird. The plants are totally different than the ones we saw in the desert. These plants need a lot of water. That's why they're so close down here. the water wasn't here, they wouldn't be here. If we come down closer, these rocks that we're walking on, sometimes of the year you wouldn't even be able to step out here on them because they'd be underwater. After the winter rains, get a lot more water through here, and the water line can be up as high as those arrowweeds across the bank. There's a great blue heron coming down the bank. If you come down here early enough in the morning, you can hear the different shorebirds and wading birds that'll be along the banks here. And also there's a lot of animals that come down to drink. You might see a coyote or a deer, a raccoon, and there's skunks all around also. Let's see if we can find some tracks from some of these animals over here. Well, here are the tracks we've been looking for. You can see they show up really good in the mud. It's the great blue heron, the bird we saw flying earlier. There's also coyote paw prints, which are a lot like dog prints, like a German shepherd. And oh wow, look at the skunk tracks. You can just picture a little skunk coming down out of the bushes there along the rocks, coming down to the water and pawing at it to get a drink, and then running back in under cover. There's also raccoon tracks here. And he would come down to the water at night also, when it's calm and quiet and nothing to bother them. Gee, it's been really fun showing you the desert and the river today. I've had a really good time. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. You know, when I came out here from back east a few years ago, the desert was strange to me, the cactus, the plants, and the wildlife. But I've adapted to it, and just like the wildlife and animals have, and really have learned to enjoy myself. It's great out here. And maybe if you ever get a chance to come out, you can stop by and get a look at this stuff yourself. Bye-bye.
Used to think that way out west everyone was strangely dressed, and chili beans for breakfast was what they liked the best. Now I've got it straightened out. I know what things are all about. I've been out west, and now I see the people there are just like me. I thought the desert was a place full of sand and empty space where nothing grows, and if you go, you're lost without a trace. Now I've got it straightened out. I know what things are all about. I've seen the desert, and I can say I recommend you go someday. I thought that there could never be a better place to live for me, 'cause everything was just the way I wanted it to be. Now I've got it straightened out. I know what things are all about. Moving isn't such a crime. Some folks do it all the time.
A suitcase, don't have to pack. I've got my house right here on my back. It doesn't matter how far I roam. Wherever I go, I'm always home. Moving on, moving slow. Turtles go just where they want to go. Whenever I get tired of the view, I pick up my house and go someplace new. It doesn't matter how far I roam. Wherever I go, I'm always home. I'm always home.
Tomorrow, I'm writing a long letter to Seymour.
Sound familiar?
I'll tell him I'm sending it by Pony Express. Seymour will believe me. Back east, they don't know much about us Westerners. Hi, LeVar.
Hi.
Come on in, have a seat. Well, why don't we take some time and talk about the book? Did you like it?
Yes.
Did you ever move?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Let's find out about that. You moved? Where did you move?
Well, to schools. You see, I was in the school a long time, 3 years, and I had to move to another school, and it was kind of hard.
What was hard about it?
Well, I had, like, a nice teacher and friends that I really liked, and it was hard leaving them.
And now that you've been there for a while, how do you feel about school?
Better.
Allison, you told me you've moved, haven't you? What was it like?
Boring.
Boring?
Was it also exciting when you moved? I mean, wasn't there new stuff to look forward to?
It's not fun.
It's not fun.
You have to pack, you have to go, and then you have to unpack. You have to leave your friends behind.
How many of you have ever gone on a vacation? Have you ever had a special feeling right before you leave the house for your vacation?
Well, before my mother even told me, I thought I wouldn't even go with any of my friends.
And then what happened?
Well, I asked her if any of my friends are coming, and then she said yes, so I kind of felt better.
Do you remember the first time you went to maybe a different school after school for a lesson? How did you feel that first time? Think about when you walked into the room and there you were and everybody was new to you and there were new boys and girls and new adults. How did you break the ice?
Like the teacher, she just asks you to go sit over there with the other kids and like make something. Like so the other kids, they just like, they show you how to do stuff and they smile at you. And then that's the way you can make friends.
Well, I've got just one question. We have some paper and some crayons and some magic markers over here. And how would you guys like to draw maybe some dreams you've had or about some of the things we've talked about? Maybe draw a picture of a new friend. It could be anything you want to draw at all. Would you guys like to do that? Yeah?
If you liked Gila Monsters Meet You at the Airport, here are some other good books you might enjoy. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and I'd like to tell you about the book named Mitchell is Moving. It's about two dinosaurs named Mitchell and Margot. And Mitchell is tired of the same old house, so he decides to move. But Margot decides he doesn't want Mitchell to move because they're best friends. I like this book because I thought the pictures and drawings were very funny. My favorite part of the book was when Margot said that she was going to tie him with a rubber band around his house. Kids out there, I'm not trying to con you, which means I'm not trying to do this just as a job. It's really and truly a good book, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Hi, my name is Percy Jones. I read the book called Peter's Chair. This book is about a boy named Peter who was losing all his baby things to his new baby sister. But he couldn't take it when his high chair and his cradle was being painted pink. So he decided to take his old blue chair and run. My favorite thing about the book was the illustrations because it captured Peter's feelings and emotions for this blue chair. I think you should read this book because it helps you understand that you are growing up and you have to make way for newcomers into your families.
Hello, boys and girls. I'm Africa. How would you like to read a terrific book? It's called The Big Hello. It's about a little girl that's moving across country to California. But she don't want to move because she's afraid she won't have any friends. All she has is her mother and father and a little doll baby named Sarah. Most kids are the same. They like happy books with happy endings. This book has a real happy ending. That's why I like it. That's why you'll like it, too.
I thought I'd bring you to one of my favorite New York places before the show is over. As you can see, New York isn't all crowded, noisy streets. There are lots of places just like this. You know, moving and changing can be a little frightening. But taking new steps and making new starts can also be full of wonderful surprises. It's always hard to leave what you know, but it's also exciting to head for something brand new. Even if you've never moved, you're moving on all the time. Growing up, learning more, trying something new. For some people, though, moving on means really moving. North, south, east, out west, or over to the west side. For other people, moving on means climbing a mountain, going to a new school, making a new friend, even picking up a book. Brought my own today. See you next time.
Boy, I haven't seen this in a long time. Oh, hi. I'm about to leave to meet some friends and go on an overnight camping trip, so I got to get my gear ready. Let's see, we're going to need to eat, sleep, and keep warm. So I've got some food here, sleeping bag, a tent, and this waterproof jacket to keep me dry just in case it rains. Of course, we'll need some goodies and treats, marshmallows to toast, snacks for the trail, and I don't want to forget this book. Just perfect for a vacation trip when you want to read a little now and a little later, instead of from cover to cover. This one's called 3 Days on a River in a Red Canoe, and it's a great story about two kids who go on a camping trip with their moms. It's told with words and pictures in an album made by the little girl in the book. I think you're really going to enjoy it.
Red Canoe by Vera B. Williams. I was the one who first noticed the red canoe for sale in a yard on the way home from school. My mom and my Aunt Rosie and my cousin Sam and I put our money together and bought it. The people who sold it to us threw in 2 paddles and 2 big old life jackets. As soon as we got home with the canoe, Aunt Rosie and Mom took out their maps. They found a 3-day trip that could be just right for us. Then we went shopping. Here are Sam and I in the store in new life jackets. They cost a lot, but Aunt Rosie and Mom agreed we had to have them. We also bought some packages of freeze-dried chicken and some dried apricots. Here is everything we need for the trip. The food is packed tight in waterproof sacks. My cat, Six Toes, is sitting on a sleeping bag. Meow. I wanted to take him, but Mom says a canoe is no place for a cat. Next to my shoes and Sam's shoes are new pocket knives. We never even noticed Aunt Rosie buying them for us in the store today. Here we are on our way. early in the morning. We drove and 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 drove. We drove and drove. We drove all day. Now we are at the place Aunt Rosie and Mom had chosen for our first camp. We start on the river in the morning. Sam and I unloaded the car. Mom and Aunt Rosie put up the tent. We hurried to get inside before it got too dark and the mosquitoes took too many bites out of us. We lay in our tent, listening to the river. When I poked my head out in the morning, everything was wet. Yet it wasn't even raining. We couldn't see our car. We could hardly see the river. We carried our canoe down to the water anyway. We've packed all our things into the canoe. We are going to fix our breakfast on the island when the sun warms up the river and dries up the mist. Here are Mom and Aunt Rosie paddling into a part of the river like a hot green tunnel. I fell asleep. I think Sam did too. It's good Mom and Rosie didn't. Right here is where they heard the roaring of the waterfall. But they had been listening for it. It was marked on their maps. Here I am, looking over the edge. Aunt Rosie and Mom are lowering the canoe by ropes down over the waterfall. Sam and I climb up and down until we have carried all the gear to the bottom. We're going to camp here, even though it's still early. Here's our shower. This is our kitchen. Aunt Rosie showed us how to cook fruit, stew, and dumplings. This is the sink. You can stand right in it. The rocks make all the shelves and drain boards you need. We use the sand as scouring powder.
Well, this looks like a pretty good place for a campsite. It's fairly level, plenty of shade, not too rocky. You know, I think I'll surprise my friends by setting up the tent before they get here. This shouldn't take but a minute. Didn't take but a minute, did it? Yeah. Sometimes it's easier to go by the book. Boy, am I glad I brought this one along. It's not just a great story, it's chock full of helpful camping hints. I might still be wrestling with this tent if not for the tips I found in here. And here's where I found my recipe for dinner. A nice fruit stew made with dried apricots. All that hard work made me hungry. Boy, I hope my friends get here soon. I'm likely to gobble all this stew up all by myself.
Hey, LeVar, we're here.
Hey, there you guys are.
Hey, look at this. This looks good.
I thought you guys would never get here.
We got a late start, so it's easy to find you. Your map was great.
All right.
I could have just followed my nose. That smells fantastic.
Doesn't it?
When do we eat?
Well, as soon as you guys get your gear stowed, I guess.
Get a load of this campfire, man.
You like it?
Man, and look at that tent.
Oh,
this looks great, LeVar. Did you do this all by yourself?
Yes, yes, sure. It was no problem. No problem at all. Piece of cake. Okay, everybody, come on. Chow time, chow time. Let's go. Some nice fruit stew here. Make room there, Eddie. Okay, Ninon, could you pass out the silverware? Okay. Here we go. Some for you, Doug. Take the one off the top. Careful, it's hot. Careful now. Okay.
This is delicious, LeVar.
You guys like
How'd
it?
you make it?
Yeah. Well, the recipe's right here in this book. See?
I mean, I could just eat this stuff forever.
You like it, huh?
I bet I could make this. If you do, remember to invite me. Be sure.
Invite me too. Oh. Hey, listen to this. After supper, we build up our fire and sit beside it, just like we're doing here. Mom tells us stories about the animals that like the nighttime. We watch the stars and sparks of our fire going up to join.
Hey, great. Let's tell stories.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Who's first? Let's make them scary.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Not too scary.
Once upon a time, there were 4 children who got lost in a big, dark woods. It was nighttime, and they were far away from home. Luckily, they had all their camping stuff and lots to eat. But unluckily,
unluckily, there were wild animals in the forest. Lots of wild animals. And they were very hungry. But luckily,
the 4 children met up with a friend who promised to protect them. Luckily.
That was lucky, wasn't it? But unluckily, those wild animals were still very, very hungry. But luckily,
the 4 children had extra food to feed the hungry beasts. And so, they lived happily ever after.
It's just my dog. Patches.
Oh.
How'd you find me? Here, girl, down, girl, stay. She always sleeps on my bed at night. Is it okay if she stays?
As long as she likes fruit stew.
Sure. Why not?
She's so cute.
You gotta love my tent.
Hey guys, speaking of tents, isn't it about time to hit the sack?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think
That's
it
right,
is.
guys.
Come on, let's go. Bedtime.
Come on, Patches.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's read some more. Yeah. Sam isn't much of a weather predictor, but the rain didn't bother us. We put up the tent so well, hardly a drop of water came through. We set out on the river with all our things, even though it was pouring rain. I'm shaking my paddle at the sky and yelling. Suddenly, as we came around this bend in the river, the sun came out through a hole in the clouds. A big rainbow spread across the sky. The rainbow faded away, and the fish started to jump all around us. We got the fishing lines baited and into the water. Sam caught the first fish. Then I caught one. Then Aunt Rosie caught 2 in a row. Afterward, we spread out our things to dry on a sandy beach. What Mom and Aunt Rosie like to do best is to take the canoe through fast-moving water. They can follow all the curves of the current. In the afternoon, we canoe without stopping. Sam and I paddle too.
I'm a lot like the mom and the Aunt Rosie in this book. Riding the rapids on a whitewater river is one of my favorite things to do. Not long ago, I was invited to go on a whitewater rafting expedition on the Zambezi River in Africa.
The Zambezi River cuts through deep, narrow gorges. When it tumbles down over rough, jagged rocks, the whitewater boils and bubbles. These rapids and the strong, unpredictable currents mean trouble with a capital T. Here I am setting out with my friends on the first expedition ever to attempt going down 85 dangerous miles on the Zambezi River. It takes a lot of teamwork and muscle to paddle a raft through fierce rapids. If we lose control, the current could grab the boat and drag it over the rocks. I feel just a little bit safer wearing my navy blue life jacket. Our guide decides the next stretch of river is just too dangerous. We have to carry our boat along the rocky shore, just like Mom and Aunt Rosie had to carry their red canoe. Once we're back in the water, we spot lots of animals, who also spot us. A baboon family laughs at us as they swing from branch to branch. A whooping crane swoops up into the sky for an aerial view. And a crocodile slips into the river for a closer look. Hope he doesn't think lunch is about to be delivered. I can feel the hot African sun beating down on me as we finish a short, easy stretch in calm water. But one look downstream tells me the worst is just ahead. I can hear the water thundering over the rocks. I know it's gonna be tough and try to remember everything the experts taught me. We plan our route carefully, then plunge in. But the river pulls us sideways into the rapids. We can't pull back no matter how hard we try. The current sucks us downstream and man overboard. A huge wave sweeps me over the side. I struggle to keep my head up and then, wham, the raft slides backward and hits me in the head. Luckily, the advice of experts and my life jacket stand between me and death. Waves keep breaking over my head as the mighty river sweeps me downstream. I struggle to breathe the way I was taught, and my friend Newsom Holmes is fighting to paddle his orange kayak upstream to save me.
Everything was fine until we hit that hole there. I think I was leading out, trying to catch a wave, and just went off balance. The whole left side of the boat just went down, and next thing I knew, I was in the water. The only real scary part was right in here in these rapids. I was going down with my feet first, like you guys said. It was really difficult to breathe, so I did what you also said, turned around and grabbed a breath, and then floated down. And then, of course, Newsom and Doug were down there in the kayaks to pick me up. All in all, it was, I don't want to do that anymore. I'd rather stay in the boat from now on.
And I did. I climbed back in the raft, and the rest of our trip downstream was safe and beautiful. I'll never forget my breathtaking plunge into the boiling rapids or the spectacular rainbow shimmering through the mist over Victoria Falls.
That was one of the most exciting things I've ever done, though I'm not quite sure I'd like to go overboard like that again. That spill in the water was no joke. But at least I'm not the only man overboard. Watch what happens to Sam during his third and last day on the river.
We canoe through a town. We come to a low stone bridge. Sam gets excited. He stands up to wave. Mom yells, "Sit down!" I reach over and pull him down. Aunt Rosie and Mom brace hard on the other side. This keeps our canoe and everything in it from turning over. But Sam ends up in the water. He swims to the rope Aunt Rosie throws out to him, and we tow him to shore. Mom doesn't say much, but she looks upset. Aunt Rosie looks scared. Sam changes to dry clothes, and we canoe on. Just past the train bridge, Aunt Rosie asks Sam to stand up and see what's ahead. He gets up as though the canoe were a baby's cradle. He reports that the river is ending in a big lake. Aunt Rosie says that's because we're coming to the town dam. Mom points the canoe to cross the lake. When we get to the other side, our trip will be over. And here we are, taking our canoe out onto the bank. Aunt Rosie showed me on the map where the river goes from here. She says it travels on through rocky places with lots of rapids. Someday, after lots of practice, we can go there. Mom says canoeing back up the river against the current would be very, very hard, even if we had time. Way past midnight, we turn into our own street. One by one, we stumble into the house. As I go to sleep, it seems like I can still hear the sound of the river running over the rocks.
Hey, everybody, stop making faces and smile.
Hey, Ninan, what are you going to do with those snapshots?
I think I'll make an album of our trip. Sort of like the one the girl made in this book you showed us. Only instead of drawings, I'll use snapshots.
Hey, that's a great idea.
That is a great idea. There are lots of ways to make your own diary or journal. But let's go watch some kids who are putting together an exhibit of albums they made over the summer. They'll show you how they did it, and then you can decide how you want to make one for yourself. Okay, everybody, come on, let's smile. Smile big. Come on, smile. Juan drew his album on paper plates that reminded him of all the pancakes he ate over the summer. Callie made herself the star of her album and made a big poster of herself. Josh snapped photos of his vacation trip.
It was very fun doing the album because you look at the pictures and you think about what you did, and then you write the captions for them. This caption is saying that this is the house we stayed in, and the area down in this section is called Fish Head, which is one of the names of the points. It's a lot of fun just to look at the pictures and decide what you're going to say about the pictures.
It's also fun deciding what to do and how to do it. Use ideas from real life or from your imagination. Josh used real snapshots, but Janine dreamed up her own story. She drew pictures, then added magazine cutouts.
I once saw a book. It was a biography of a person's life, and what they did was they took pictures, but they cut them out. Then they drew a body, and I thought it looked kind of interesting to me, so I used the same technique. This is just the bird that I cut out of a magazine, so it could go along with the picture that I drew with crayons, and I really liked the way it looked. My favorite thing about the album was, I guess, drawing the pictures. That was really fun.
Yeah, but nobody would do that.
Pizza with pepperoni, rainbows, maps, pancakes. Once you decide what goes inside your album, it's time to create a cover.
Me and my dad bought a book about unicorns, and well, after reading parts of it, I really enjoyed it, and I decided I'd like to have my album be about unicorns. I used different pieces of colored paper for my cover, because I thought it would be nice to have a nice, bright cover. The most fun that I had was thinking up the ideas and
thinking how I wanted to draw the pictures.
When your albums are done, you might want to show them off in an exhibit, the way this group did. This summer, whether you plan to go around the world or just around the corner, why don't you plan to make an album of your own?
Those ashes cold, Eddie?
Yes.
You see? It's not that hard to make an album. And you can make one yourself using pictures, words, or whatever tickles your fancy. And if you like 3 Days on a River in a Red Canoe, here are some other books I know you'll enjoy. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Runiolo. And my name is Christine Runiolo. And we just finished our year of brownies. The brownie in the junior handbook is called Worlds to Explore. My favorite chapter in the book was called The World of the Arts, because it told what art really meant. My favorite chapter in the book was called The World of People, because it told how people lived. In the Girl Scout troop, they showed that the Dutch Girl Scouts wore different uniforms. They wore silk skirts and silk blouses and used handkerchiefs for their hats. Well, Lee, I thought that The World of the Arts was the best chapter because it told you how to make different projects. And I liked especially when they told you how to sculpt, when you make a little design out of clay. For all you boys out there, this book is available for Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts, too. It's also available in other languages, not only in English, and I think you should read The World of People because it's much more interesting. Well, Lee, I think that The World of the Arts is much more interesting than The World of People. Well, you'll just have to read it and find out for yourself.
Hi, my name is David Hong. I just read a book called Today We Are Brother and Sister. It's about this brother and sister who fight and still care for each other. In one part of the book, the brother comes into the sister's room and pulls off her covers, and then she hits him with the pillow. This book was kind of different because it was written like a poem. The illustrations were pretty good. I think you should read this book because even though if you fight, you could still care for your brother and sister. If you have one.
Hi, I'm Crystal. I read this really great book. It's called Anno's Journey. This book has no words, but it's really great. It's about this man named Anno and his journey through Northern Europe. He goes through towns and villages, and he sees children playing games like jump rope and basketball, and he sees a race, and he sees a carnival and a fair. And I think it's a neat book because it has no words, and you can make up your own word for it. I like this book a lot. I think it's a really swell book, and I think you like this book too.
I don't know what your vacation plans are, but no matter where you go or what you do, a good book always adds to the fun. Okay, everybody ready?
Yeah!
Even if you never go any further than just down the street or in your own backyard. See you next time. Bye-bye. Whoa! Wow! Look at this place. Beautiful, isn't it? You know, many different tribes of American Indians lived right here on these plains for thousands of years before any settlers came from across the seas. That's why Indians are often called Native Americans. They were the first people to live on the land we now call the United States. In fact, many Indians don't even call themselves Indians. Most tribes refer to themselves as the people. The Wabanaki, they're the people of the East, or children of the Dawn Country. The Hopi of the Southwest, they're the people of peace. And the Ojibwa, well, they called themselves Anishinaabe, or the first people. You know, the people lived here long before they had horses. Just imagine what it was like to travel across these plains hundreds of miles each year with only dogs and your own muscle power to help you carry everything you owned. A child of the Sioux tribe would call you Shukawakan, or sacred dog. And your horsepower meant that the people could hunt and travel faster and easier than they could with their dogs. And that often meant the difference between hunger and plenty. This book, Gift of the Sacred Dog, tells an old legend of the people that once lived on these plains and how the Great Spirit gave them the gift of horses, all because of the love and courage of one boy.
The Gift of the Sacred Dog. Story and illustrations by Paul Goebel. The people were hungry. They had walked many days looking for the buffalo herds. Each day they hoped to see the buffalo over the next ridge, but they were not to be found in that part of the country. Even the buzzards and crows circled looking for something to eat, and the wolves called out with hunger at night. The people wandered on until they were too tired and hungry to go any farther, and the dogs could no longer be urged to drag their heavy loads. The wise men said they must dance to bring back their relatives, the buffalo. Every man who had dreamed of the buffalo joined in the dance. The buffalo would surely know the people needed them. Young men went out searching in all directions, but they did not see any buffalo herds. There was a boy in the camp who told his parents, "I am sad to see everyone suffering. I am going up into the hills to ask the Great Spirit to help us. Do not worry about me. I shall return in the morning." He left the circle of teepees and walked toward the hills. He climbed higher and higher. The air was cool and smelled fresh with pine trees. He reached the top of the highest hill as the sun was setting. He raised his arms and spoke. "Great Spirit, my people need your help. We follow the buffalo herds because you gave them to us. But we cannot find them, and we can walk no farther. We are hungry. My little brothers and sisters are crying. Great Spirit, we need your help." As he stood there on the hilltop, great clouds closed across the sky. Wind and hail came with sudden force, and behind them thunderbirds swooped among the clouds. Lightning darted from their flashing eyes, and thunder rumbled when they flapped their enormous wings. He felt afraid and wondered if the Great Spirit had answered him. The clouds parted. Someone came riding toward the boy on the back of a beautiful animal. There was thunder in its nostrils and lightning in its legs. Its eyes shone like stars, and hair on its neck and tail trailed like clouds. The boy had never seen any animal so magnificent. The rider spoke. I know your people are in need. They will receive this. He is called Sacred Dog because he can do many things your dogs can do, and also more. He will carry you far and will run faster than the buffalo. He comes from the sky. He is as the wind, gentle, but sometimes frightening. Look after him, always. The clouds closed, and the rider was not there. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sacred dogs of all colors, and the boy could never count their number. Their galloping was like the wind, and the drumming of their hoofbeats shook the hilltop on which he stood. They circled round and round, and he did not know if he was standing or falling. He did not remember going to sleep, but he awoke as the sun was rising. He knew it was something wonderful he had seen in the sky. He started down the hill back home again to ask the wise men what it meant. They would be able to tell him. The morning and everything around him was beautiful and good. When the boy had reached the level plain, he heard a sound like faraway thunder coming from the hill behind. Looking back, he saw sacred dogs pouring out of a cave and coming down a ravine toward him. They were of all colors, just as he had seen in the sky, galloping down the slopes, neighing and kicking up their back legs with excitement. The leading one stopped when they were a short distance away. The boy knew they were what he had been promised on the hilltop. He turned and continued walking toward the camp, and all the sacred dogs followed him. The people were excited when they saw the boy returning with so many strange and beautiful animals. He told them, "These are sacred dogs. They are a gift from the Great Spirit. They will help us to follow the buffalo. They will carry the hunters into the running herds. Now there will always be enough to eat. We must look after them well, and they will be happy to live with us." Life was good after that. The people lived as relatives with the sacred dogs, together with a buffalo and all other living things, as the Great Spirit wished them to live. When the people passed the place where they had hunted the buffalo, they would gather up the bleached skulls in a circle and face them toward the sun. Let us thank the spirits of the buffalo who died so that we could eat.
My horse flies like a bird as it runs. The four winds are blowing. Some horses are coming. Daybreak appears when a horse neighs. The holy wind blows through his mane. His mane is made of rainbows. My horse's ears are made of round corn. My horse's eyes are made of stars. My horse's head is made of mixed waters. My horse's teeth are made of white shell. The long rainbow is in his mouth for a bridle. With it, I guide him. When my horse neighs, different colored horses follow. When my horse neighs, different colored sheep follow. I am wealthy from my horse. Before me, peaceful. Behind me, peaceful. Under me, peaceful. Over me, peaceful. Around me, peaceful. Peaceful voice when he neighs. I am everlasting and peaceful. I stand for my horse.
Just spending some time with this guy helps me understand what those poems are all about. Horses are beautiful animals. They really are like sacred dogs. From now on, I'll call him by the special Indian name, Shukawakan. Powwow is another Indian word people use, often without even realizing what it really means. Lots of people say they're having a powwow when they sit around to talk or argue about something. But a real Indian powwow is more than just talk. It's a special kind of family gathering with dancing, singing, feasts, races, parades. It's a real celebration. Powwows go on all over the United States every year, and one of the biggest happens in Crow Agency, Montana, where people like the Old Elk family get together to celebrate their special heritage. Let's take a look at the Crow powwow, as seen through the eyes of the Old Elk family.
The Crow Fair is known as the teepee capital of the world, and I guess the reason for that is that we have families put up as many teepees as they possibly can. So we have people coming in from all over the world, as well as the Indian tribes from within the United States, from many different tribes, the Navajo, the Kiowa, the Creeks. Name the tribe and you can usually find them here. My name is Dan Old Elk, and we're here at the Crow Fair at Crow Agency, Montana. The Crow Fair and celebration has been going on for the past, this is the 64th annual Crow Fair. Altogether, there's probably about over 700 to 1,000 teepees that are up now, and another 1,000 to 2,000 tents that are up.
My name is Deborah Oldak, and we put this teepee up for my little sister, Janetta. That teepee is kind of like a practice teepee for us little kids, so we could learn how to set one up, and then when we get older, we could set up a bigger one. Janetta likes to play around, go in and out, and have lots of fun.
Iki bu. Wait a second. What? Not sure. Wait a second. Hi. Hi. Crow people are proud horse owners. They own many horses, many fine animals. A horse can be more of a friend at times than people. You can go out and riding and you can talk to your horse and they'll never argue back with you. A horse is a friend you can tell your troubles to and he'll listen to you. The name for the horse is Ijida. The horse was a gift to a boy that was out in the vision quiz. And he had brought the horses back to his people. And in my language, it's called the big dog.
Riding a bird is really like the wind blowing in your face. It feels cool. It's fun when they gallop. I just like riding.
If you're gentle with the horse, they usually know it, and if you're mean with the horse, they also know it too. And they can get just as ornery as a person. Some horses like little kids better than adults, you know. The Old Elk family has won the traditional Indian dancing for about the past 10 years. In the spring, when they have the parrot chicken and the grouse have the mating dances, the boys have had the opportunity to go up and watch the birds dance. And this is actually what the people are doing, is imitating the way the birds are dancing.
My father showed me how to get dressed when I was very young. He said you're not supposed to dress sloppy, you're supposed to dress, just take your time and dress slow. Because when you dance, you're supposed to feel proud.
The beating of the drum is like the thunder, and the singing and the chanting comes out. And you just keep in time with the different movements. And the beating of the drum is what you keep in time with as you dance along. My great-grandfather's name was Ijirigash. That means old elk. And we have used the elk as the emblem for the family. We feel that we're part of the elk family, the animal itself. I think that our values and our morals, our traditions and our language will survive as long as we teach it to our children, and the children to carry it on to the next generation.
Crow Fair really makes me feel proud of what I am and where I am and what I'm doing.
Many Native Americans have especially beautiful names like Haywood Big Day, Iron Eyes Cody, and Dora Rides a Horse. Special tribal names are given in honor of important people, to remember an act of victory or courage, or to commemorate a special event or dream. We all have names that other people gave us, but if I could choose a new name for myself to show what I think I'm like, how I see myself, I'd call myself Blazing Falcon, because I love the birds of prey. They really speak to the warrior spirit in me. And this would be my symbol, kind of like the one you saw the Old Elk family display at Crow Fair. If you could choose a brand new name for yourself, what would it be?
Swift Runner, because I really like to run, and I think I'm pretty fast.
Well, it would be Reader because I love to read. Pinkfish because I like the color pink and I like to swim.
I would name myself Born in the Cold because I was born in October in the fall.
I would call myself the girl who bites her nails. Chris the Singer. I would call myself Flying Angel because I like angels and I'd like to see how it is to fly.
Picking out a name for yourself can be great fun. So can learning about where names come from. There are many different kinds of Native American tribes that live in this country, and each has its own language, and its own stories and beliefs, and their own names for the rivers, mountains, and valleys that they live near and love. We've adopted many of these words into our own English language without knowing what they mean. and without realizing that they're gifts from the people. How many everyday things come from Native American culture. And there's another thing that we can learn from the people. An appreciation for the fact that all things in our lives come from the earth we walk on every day. Why, even the pages of this book were once part of a living tree. And look, the pictures on them are so alive you can almost read the story just by looking at them. You can also use the pictures to retell the story in your own words, or to help you figure out new words that you might not understand. If you like this book, here are some others that you might enjoy, but you don't have to take my word for it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lisa, and I want to tell you about this great book I just read. It's called Moon Song Lullaby. I think it's so great that as soon as I finish telling you about it, you'll run right to the library and get it. This book is about the Indians and how they lived, and each page is like a poem, but it's put together to make a story. The Indians really love their land. They love the world. I recommend this book because it tells about what the Indians believe. It has some beautiful pictures in it and beautiful poetry in it.
Hi, my name is Sayan. I'm here to tell you about a book I read. It's called Why Mosquitoes Buzz in People's Ears. This book is about a pesky mosquito who starts a series of misunderstandings in the jungle. And at the end of the book, the mosquito gets what he deserves. He gets hit. I think you'll enjoy this book because in this book, the animals have their own human personality and their own thoughts, and they always have something to say about what's happening.
Hi, my name is Ian McDowell, and I read Suho and the White Horse. It's a Chinese myth that's retold by Yuzo Atsuka and illustrated by the award-winning Tsukichi Akaba. One of the nicest things about the book is the relationship between Suho and the White Horse. It sort of reminds me of kids these days and their pets. I sure wouldn't like it if my dog was taken away from me. In the ending of the book, Suho has a dream about the horse, and the horse tells him to make a fiddle out of his hide and out of his bones. So if you like adventure, myth, and you want to learn a little bit about horse-head fiddles, this is the book for you.
Native Americans think of all living things as their relatives. They consider the earth their mother. the sky, the father. Animals, grass, rains, grain, all members of one huge living family. The people think of children of all ages as gifts. They consider them important, valuable members of the tribe, responsible for giving whatever they can to help others. The boy in the story lived up to the hopes of his people when he brought them the sacred gift of horses. Our Mother Earth looks pretty small now that astronauts have seen our planet whirling around the sun like a beautiful blue and green ball. Like the tribe in the legend, all of us here on Earth are the people, members of one huge tribe, the human tribe, struggling for survival. Like the boy in the story, you may have a vision that will bring great gifts to your people. Soon it will be your turn to help the human tribe survive. What will your gifts, your vision be? See you next time.
Ancient places.
Hi there. It says here, goats love to eat clothing. I hope what I wore today is in good taste. Goats eat airline tickets, money, almost anything. Please watch your valuables when in the paddock. You know, I've always wondered if there was any truth to that story that goats will eat just about anything. That's why I came here to the San Diego Zoo to find out just what they do like to munch. Hide your food, the goats will eat your lunch. Come on, let's go see who's kidding whom. I guess those signs out there are right. These guys will nibble on just about anything. Come on now, give me my book. Now, here's something you can really sink your teeth into. It's a book called Gregory the Terrible Eater, and it's a story about a kid, I mean a baby goat, who's a picky eater, even though all the other goats will eat whatever they can. Hey, now come on, guys, this is a library book. Here's the story of Gregory. Who said you could eat these words? Come on.
Gregory the Terrible Eater by Mitchell Charmat, illustrated by Jose Aruego and Ariane Dewey. Once there was a goat named Gregory. Gregory liked to jump from rock to rock, kick his legs into the air, and butt his head against walls. "I'm an average goat," said Gregory. But Gregory was not an average goat. Gregory was a terrible eater. Every time he sat down to eat with his mother and father, he knew he was in for trouble.
Would you like a tin can, Gregory?
Asked Mother Goat.
No, thanks,
said Gregory. Well, how about a nice box, a piece of rug, and a bottle cap? Asked Father Goat.
Bah,
said Gregory unhappily.
I don't know why you're such a fussy eater, Gregory. I'm not fussy,
said Gregory.
I just want fruits, vegetables, eggs, fish, bread and butter. Good stuff like that.
It's revolting, said Father Goat. Gregory is such a terrible eater.
I wonder what's wrong with him.
Mother and Father Goat ate their evening newspaper in silence. The next morning, Mother and Father Goat were enjoying a pair of pants and coat for breakfast. Gregory came to the table.
Good morning, said Gregory. May I have some orange juice, cereal, and bananas for breakfast? Please?
Father Goat threw down his napkin.
That does it, he said. Gregory just isn't eating right. We must take him to the doctor.
Father and Mother Goat took Gregory to the doctor. Dr. Ram was munching on a few pieces of cardboard. "What seems to be the trouble?" he asked. "Gregory is a terrible eater," said Mother Goat. "We've offered him the best, but all he wants are fruits and vegetables and other horrible things." "What do you have to say about all of this, Gregory?" asked Dr. Ram.
I want what I like, said Gregory.
Makes sense, said Dr. Ram. He turned to Mother and Father Goat. "I've treated picky eaters before," he said. "They have to develop a taste for good food slowly. Try giving Gregory one new food each day until he eats everything." That night for dinner, Mother Goat gave Gregory spaghetti and a shoelace in tomato sauce.
"Not too bad,"
said Gregory. The next day she gave him string beans and a rubber heel cut into small pieces.
The meal was good and rubbery,
said Gregory. The day after that, Mother Goat said,
"We have your favorite today, vegetable soup. But there is one condition. You also have to eat the can." "Okay," said Gregory. "What's for dessert?"
"Ice cream," said Father Goat. "But you have to eat the box, too."
"Yummy."
One evening, Father Goat asked,
"Has anyone seen my striped necktie?"
"Not since breakfast," said Mother Goat.
"Come to think of it, I haven't seen my sewing basket today. I left it in the living room after supper last night." Father Goat turned to Gregory.
"Gregory, have you been eating between meals?"
"Yes, I can't help it. Now I like everything."
"Well," said Mother Goat, "it's all right to eat like a goat, but you shouldn't eat like a pig." After Gregory went to bed, Mother Goat said, "I'm afraid Gregory will eat my clothes hamper."
"Yes, and then my toolkit will be next. He's eating too much. We'll have to do something about it."
The next evening, just before supper, Mother and Father Goat went to the town dump. They brought home 8 flat tires, a 3-foot piece of barber pole, a broken violin, and a half a car. They piled everything in front of Gregory's sandbox. When Gregory came home for supper, he said,
"What's all that stuff in the yard?"
"Your supper," said Father Goat.
"It all looks good."
Gregory ate the tires and the violin. Then he slowly ate the barber pole. But when he started in on the car, he said,
"Oh, I've got a stomachache. I have to lie down."
Gregory went to his room.
"I think Gregory ate too much junk," said Father Goat.
"Let's hope so." All night, Gregory tossed and twisted and moaned and groaned. The next morning, he went down for breakfast.
What would you like for breakfast today, Gregory?
Asked Father Goat.
Scrambled eggs and 2 pieces of wax paper and a glass of orange juice,
said Gregory. That sounds just about right, said Mother Goat. And it was.
One thing about Gregory, he knew what he liked. I guess you could say it's all a matter of taste. What you may like, someone else might think is awful. What you think is awful, well, it's something to think about whenever ordering lunch. Excuse me, sir. What have you got here that's good?
Everything's good.
I think I must be in the wrong restaurant.
You're in Billy and Nanny's Barnyard Cafe. Now, what are you gonna have?
Well, what do you recommend?
Let's see. You watching your weight? Okay, how about a nice cellophane salad? Or if you're real hungry, I can get you a slice of bath mat.
Sounds real good, but...
And then there's the blue plate special.
Oh, what's that?
A blue plate. No, there's a yellow one here somewhere if you want that.
Listen, I'm not really into the new foods. Can't I just get some home cooking?
Oh, home cooking? Yeah. For sure. How about a nice shingle sandwich or maybe a buttered brick with a side order of aluminum siding?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Sounds real appetizing, but...
Hiya, folks. Go ahead. Just sit anywhere. Listen. I got tables to wait on. You make up your mind. I'll be right back. So, what are you folks having?
Well, let's see. I guess I'll have a rubber glove, fried lightly. And a crumpled magazine cover. And a side order of nuts and bolts.
Darling, remember what the veterinarian said.
Oh, come on. We're on vacation. All right, just get me a plain rubber glove.
I'll have the same.
Hey, Nanny, 2 number 12s. And what about the little guy?
Do you have a kid's menu?
Sorry, somebody ate the last one this morning.
Well, then just bring him the same.
Make it 3 number 12s, Nanny.
But make sure his glove is well done.
Put a burn on one of them mittens, Nanny.
All right, Billy. I only got 4 hooves.
And to drink.
Ink.
Good. Be right up. So, what you gonna have?
I don't know. Hey, how about a chicken salad sandwich?
Hey, Nanny! 1 chicken wire sandwich. You want that on cardboard or whole wood?
Not chicken wire. How about a cheeseburger? Have you got a cheeseburger here?
Nix the chicken wire, Nanny, and set up a jeans burger. You want them jeans denim or corduroy?
Not jeans burger, cheeseburger. Okay, can I just get a glass of water?
Sure. Just what kind of place?
Hey, Billy, check, please.
Let's see. You had the plaster chips, light bulbs. There you go. Look okay?
Yeah, looks fine.
Now, what about you?
Actually, I'm not very hungry right now. Can I just have a napkin, please?
Sure. Coming right up. I'm glad you finally found something that you like.
It's really fun to imagine what the goat menu might be like at Billy and Nanny's cafe, but I still wonder, is there anything that you goats won't eat? Huh? Well, I bet you we can find out right here in the kitchens of the San Diego Zoo where they prepare the feasts for all of these beasts. Every day, these kitchens turn out enough food to feed 3,200 hungry animals, and all of them on special diets. So let's see if one of the zookeepers can tell us all about what these goats eat.
It's really not true that goats will eat anything. They don't eat violins and tires like in Gregory. They're just curious. They like to nibble a lot. The goats here at the San Diego Zoo are on a special controlled high-fiber diet. They get 2 types of tree branches, Eugenia and acacia. They nibble the leaves as well as the bark. They also get horse pellets, which are made of alfalfa, grains, and vitamins. We're very careful about their diets here and the diets of all the animals. And it's lunchtime right now, so let's take a look at the menu. Now for our 2 otters, Osborne and Osgood, they have dry KD, plus they have canned KD, and they also get an egg as a treat. Osborne and Osgood are small, clawed Asian otters. They're brothers out of a litter of 6, and they are the only 2 surviving otters, and they're very attached to each other. They're very hard to handle if you take one away from the other. Osborne is a pound heavier because he grabs everything. So he has a tendency to be a little bit of a pig and take what he can get. Suki is our hairy Saki monkey. She's a New World monkey, and she's from South America. And most of the food that Suki gets has been peeled. She only has a few teeth left, so we fix her a soft diet so that she can eat it. Plus, we cook yams and carrots for her. She likes to pick out the things that are favorite first, which are the bananas, the sweet potato, and the sunflower seeds, which she cracks open and just eats the inside. She also likes to dump her pan over to see if there's anything good underneath and to see what's on the bottom of the pan. Kinkajou's name is Chewy, and he has a very, very long tongue. He loves his bananas, and that's the first thing he eats when he's fed, and he rolls over on his back and eats his bananas, and usually when he finishes his bananas, he goes back to sleep till later on when he wakes up in the night and finishes his supper. And for our red pandas, Stuart and Stella, we make them a special type of gruel. It consists of baby applesauce, some water, some canned cow's milk, a box of rice cereal with bananas, a lot of the things that your baby brother or sister might eat. This is Stuart eating here, and he's a real chow hound, so he's down eating. Stella's a little more shy. Stuart really gets into his lunch, and he usually gets it all over his face. It's really important for our animals here to have a well-balanced and nutritional meal, and that's what we do here in the kitchen. We try to make it as balanced as possible, and they love it.
Every living thing has got a special name and its very own way to be. No 2 are the same, but on this they agree. Everybody likes to eat, yes, no matter what their mood. It's a treat. Everybody likes food. Some are so polite and have good manners when they dine. Some think it's all right not to be so refined. But everybody likes to eat, yes, no matter what their mood. It's a treat. Everybody likes food. Almost time for lunch. How about a munch? Let me hear you crunch. Everybody likes to eat, yes, no matter what their mood. It's a treat. Everybody likes food. Everybody likes to eat. Everybody likes food.
I'm giving this guy his favorite treat, hibiscus blossoms. He usually gets an ordinary diet of cut grass, lettuce, cabbage, apples, banana tree stalks, and leaves. But as long as he's going to be on television, his keeper said it's all right to give him something special. He likes hibiscus blossoms, even though eating flowers might seem strange to you. After all, This tortoise might think that burgers and fries is an unusual lunch. What's the weirdest thing you can think of to eat?
Stale raisin bran on pizza with green slime.
A salad made of bees and flies.
Chocolate-covered mushrooms.
Pizza covered with pepperoni, liver, snails, and peas.
Cow brains, scrambled eggs, and hot sauce on the top.
Cake with raw rice mixed in with the frosting. Onion candy.
Pizza made out of raw pig and goat cheese.
The elephant's favorite treat is a regular old apple, which they get only on special occasions. The rest of the time, they eat the standard Roundup pellets made of alfalfa, grains, and vitamins, like we saw in the zoo kitchen. They also eat about 1,150 pounds of hay a year, along with some vegetables like sweet potatoes. It takes a lot of work to prepare meals for these animals, almost as much as it takes chefs to prepare a meal for humans in a fancy restaurant. Let's take a look at a very unusual group of chefs and see how they're learning the fine art of cooking at the Hotel Intercontinental in New York City.
Paella is made out of duck, chicken, rabbit, pork, lobster, mussels, clams, artichokes, string beans, rice, tomato. That's a lot of things, huh? So my name is Chef Daniel, and that's Chef Alex. Today, we're going to start a paella. Do you know what paella is? Do you know where it's coming from, the paella, that dish? It's coming from Spain. Okay? So we're going to start now. Latif, give me the duck. Oh, you know what the duck is, huh? Great. Now we all take our bowl and we all go over there on the hot kitchen, okay? So everybody, come with me, be careful. We're gonna take a big pot and we're gonna cook it very quick. That means saute it. Listen, huh? Do you listen that? It's roasting. Wow, huh? Did you see that, how you're roasting? And we're gonna saute it for 2 minutes, okay? So look, huh? Listen, smell good and it's that noise. It's gonna be perfect. The rabbit, the duck, the pork, huh? So we're gonna saute it for 2 minutes. We're gonna put a little saffron. Do you know what saffron is? It's coming from beautiful flowers, huh? And smell like flowers. We're gonna put a touch of it, huh? Look. Okay, now it's boiling. You see it? Those beautiful bubbles? Huh? Look at them. So now let's go and finish it, okay? We take it, we put some rice inside, and after we stick it in the oven. Let's go. Okay, let's go, kids. Look at that, kid, now when we sorted it. Look at what we have. Can you smell it? Yeah. After that beautiful dish we create together, now we have to cook it, okay? So now we stick it in the oven. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. Wow. Okay, children, the best part of cooking, it's eating. So let's go. That's our paella. That's our chocolate mousse. And I wish you all of you a bon appétit. You know what that means? Enjoy your creation.
Still feeding time at the zoo, and the most important species is yet to be fed. Thank you. I love eating a la carte. You know, I wonder if the person who made this went to chef school. He sure knows how to combine the right ingredients. 1 hamburger, 1 bun, a little mustard and mayonnaise. No ketchup, I'm glad to see. As you know, too much ketchup can make you turn pink. Oh, you didn't know that? Well, you don't have to take my word for it.
Do you know why little piglets are pink? Well, I do, because I just read a book called Mrs. Pig's Bulk Buy. It's about 10 pigs and their love of ketchup. Mrs. Pig tries to convince her piglets not to eat so much ketchup, so she plays a little trick on them. I like the pictures in the book because they're funny. Best of all, I like William Pig because he's always looking in the pots when his mother is cooking, and so do I. I recommend this book to my friends because it's very easy to understand, and most of my friends like animals, especially pigs.
Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Bazance, and I'm here to tell you about this new cookbook made especially for you kids out there. It's called The New Junior Cookbook by Better Homes and Gardens. The thing I like about this cookbook is that the recipes are real easy to make and they're delicious to eat. I know this for a fact because I made some of the recipes myself, but today I'm only going to tell you about my favorite one. My favorite recipe was the mouse salad that I made. I made it by using pears for the body, cloves for the eyes, and a carrot curl for the tail. If you want to impress your friends and family, go to your nearest library and pick up this book by Better Homes and Gardens.
Hey, kids, have you had your dinner yet? Well, after I tell you about this book, you'll feel very hungry. So listen up now. This book is called Poem Stew, and the poems are selected by William Cole, and it's great. This book has funny poems, mostly about tasty things to eat, such as pizza, cake, potato chips, cucumbers, and cocoa. Now, kids, if you don't believe that Poem Stew is a good book, well, here's my favorite poem, Arbuckle Jones. Arbuckle Jones, when flustered, eats custard with mustard. I'm disgusted.
I'm here at the zoo's nursery where they keep all the newborn baby animals. This little guy here is a 6-week-old porcupine named Porter. And the good people here at the nursery make sure that he gets all the right foods. Right now, I'm feeding him lunch. When the animals are young, they've got to get the food that's right for their bodies. If he doesn't eat the right foods now, he won't be healthy when he grows up. And it's the same thing with a pet or a little brother or sister. They really need a healthy diet. And you've got to watch out for terrible eaters. But you're not a terrible eater, are you, Porter? No. Let me hear you say, see you next time. See you next time. Boy, what a beautiful day, huh? The sea air, the sand, the pounding surf. There's nothing better than a whole day at the beach.
Time to swim, get some sun, and build castles in the sand or in the air. I've got everything I need right here. Here's my lunch. Brought along some sunglasses. These will keep the sun out, don't you think? And a copy of my favorite book. Oh no! I left my book at home. Hey, what's going on here? Everybody's reading a copy of the same book.
Copies of 3 by the Sea.
3 by the Sea. I wonder where I can get one.
Get your ice cold.
Hey, I'll take one.
Hot dog?
No, the book.
Here you go, sir. You're in for a real treat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Can't wait to see what's so special about this book. Nah, I won't peek at the end. I'll start right here at the very beginning.
Three by the Sea.
By Edward Marshall. Pictures by James Marshall. Lolly, Spider, and Sam had a picnic on the beach.
I'm as full as a tick,
said Lolly.
Me too,
said Sam.
Hot dogs and lemonade always hit the spot.
Now for a swim,
said Spider.
Oh no,
said Lolly.
Not so soon after lunch.
Rats,
said Spider.
How about a nap?
Asked Sam.
Oh no,
said the others.
Naps are no fun at all,
Very true,
said Sam.
Want to hear a story?
Asked Lolly.
I brought along my reader.
A fine idea,
said her friends.
Then let's begin,
said Lolly. Lolly's story.
The rat saw the cat and the dog. I see them, said the rat. I see the cat and the dog. The dog and the cat saw the rat. We see the rat, they said. And that was that.
Is that the story?
is that all?
That's it.
I didn't like it one bit.
Oh, dull.
I can tell a better story than that.
I bet you can't.
Can.
Let him try.
Okay, but it has to be about a rat and a cat.
Easy. Sit down.
Lolly and Spider sat down, and Sam began his story.
A rat went for a walk.
So what?
Let Sam finish his story.
Thank you.
Sam's story.
A rat went for a walk.
What a fine day,
he said.
The sun is shining and all is well.
Soon he came to a shop.
My,
said the rat.
What a pretty cat. And I have never had a cat. I will buy that cat and have a friend.
And he went into the shop.
I want a cat.
Are you sure you want a cat?
Asked the owner.
I'm sure, and I want that one.
That will be 10 cents, if you are sure.
I am sure. Here is my last time. Give me my cat.
The rat and the cat left the shop.
We will be friends,
Do you think so?
said the cat.
Well, we'll see.
The rat and the cat sat in the sun.
What do you do for fun?
I like to catch things.
That's nice.
I am hungry. How about lunch?
A fine idea. What is your favorite dish?
I do not want to say.
You can tell me. We're friends.
Are you sure you want to know?
I am sure. Tell me what you like to eat.
I will tell you, but let us go where we can be alone.
Fine with me.
The cat and the rat went to the beach.
I know. Fish. You like to eat fish.
Not at all. It's much better than fish.
Tell me. I just have to know.
Come closer, and I will tell you.
Yes?
What I like is cheese. I love cheese.
So do I. And I have some here.
Hooray! And now we are friends.
So, they sat on the beach and ate the cheese. And that was that.
Very sweet.
I did not like the end. It was dumb.
Then you tell a story.
Easy as pie. And I'll make it scary, too.
Spider's story.
One day, a monster came out of the sea. He had big yellow eyes. He had sharp green teeth. He had long black claws. And he was really mean. It was time for lunch, and he was hungry. On the beach, he saw some cheese. Blah, he said.
I hate cheese.
And he went on by. Soon he came to a rat. The rat did not hear him. He was asleep.
Too small.
And he went on by. Down the beach, he came upon a cat. But monsters don't eat cats. So he went on by. Monsters really like kids on toast.
There must be some tasty kids on this beach.
Very soon, he saw some.
Yum. 2 boys and a girl. Nice and juicy. I'll have them for lunch. But if they see me, they'll run away.
So the monster was very quiet. He tiptoed up behind the kids. They did not hear him. They were telling stories. He crept closer and closer.
Look out!
He's going to eat us!
Lolly and Sam jumped 10 feet. But there was no monster. No monster at all. Spider laughed himself silly.
Did you like it?
Oh, yes. But we were not scared a bit.
How about a swim?
That's a fine idea.
And that was that.
And that was that. Boy, Spider, Sam, and Lolly sure are great storytellers. Spider almost had me convinced about that monster. Big eyes, sharp green teeth, black claws. Personally, I prefer cheese and fruit to children on toast. But of course, everybody knows there aren't any real monsters in the ocean. But that's the great thing about storytelling. You can make up anything you want to. Fire-breathing dragons, sinister magicians, beautiful princesses. Well, I can even imagine my own scary monster right now with icy cold paws and sharp fangs and scales and poisonous breath. I can almost feel him breathing on my neck. But you know, that's one of the best things about storytelling. You know, it's all in your mind. No matter how terrible the monster is, you know, he really can't get you. What? What time is it? It's time for me to come back to reality. It's about 1:45. Yeah, you're very welcome. Boy, goes to show you how your imagination can run away with you. I turned that scuba diver into a scary monster without even half trying. You never know what the ocean's gonna bring in. Let's go see what kind of flotsam and jetsam the tide's brought in today. I think I see a note in this bottle. I've probably been reading too many stories. No, wait! There is a note in here. I wonder what it says. Let's see. Storm is worse. No land. Ship leaking. I see a... See a what? What did you see? I wonder who could have written this. Was it a shipwrecked sailor or maybe the captain of a whaling vessel? Or maybe some kids like Spider, Sam, and Lolly wrote it for fun. You know, maybe I'm the first person to lay eyes on this since the days when the tall ships sailed the 7 seas. Back then, sailors sang stories to help them while they worked. Sometimes they still do. Storm is worse, no land, ship leaking. You know, I can't help but wonder who wrote this. Was it a brave explorer whose ship was lost at sea, or maybe a sailor who just loved spinning yarns for his shipmates? You know, when we tell stories, we use words to build castles in the air. But you can also use sand to build castles, or anything else for that matter. People tell fantastic stories with sand sculptures. All you need is a head full of ideas and a beach full of sand. Wow, look at this. You're not gonna believe this, but I think I see a dinosaur over here on the beach. Really? Lyrian, come here.
Hi.
A dinosaur on the beach?
Yeah.
What kind of dinosaur is he?
He's a triceratops.
Triceratops. Does he have a name?
Yeah, Doobie.
Doobie, great name for a dinosaur, huh? Now, what's a dinosaur doing on the beach?
He wants to get a tan.
So you guys are just putting the finishing touches on him, huh?
Right. We're almost complete.
Almost done. Come over here, look at this. You guys have all of these seashells and stuff over here. Seashells for his eyes and for his teeth. That's great detail.
Thank you.
What does he eat?
Seaweed, of course.
Seaweed, of course. Well, he's gorgeous. He's absolutely beautiful. You guys did a great job. Thank you. Boy, look what's over here. I think we have a dolphin. They're usually in the sea, but we've got one here on the sand. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Who's this, Flipper?
No.
No?
Rodney.
Rodney. Rodney the dolphin, huh? He's great. Can I pet him?
Go ahead.
Yeah? He's real smooth. I love the dorsal fin, the way you have it up here like this.
It was hard to do.
Was it really? Do you mind that it takes a long time to do and then the sea just washes it away?
No, it's worth it, because once you get the finished product, it's really pretty.
Now, what do you do with them when you're finished?
Well, we're going to take him to SeaWorld, and he's going to star with Shamu.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He's going to be a star, huh? He's going to be a star in the SeaWorld show.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Good luck on your career, Rodney. See you guys later. Bye-bye. Will somebody please tell me what this thing is?
School.
It's called the Laddie Farm and Academy, and it's in Ramona, California.
It's in Ramona. Well, what's it doing on the beach here?
We wanted to spend a couple of weeks at the beach, so we moved it.
Well, you couldn't possibly get any closer to the water right here. It's great. How do you get all the colors in the sand here?
Well, sand takes spray paint very well, and it should last until the tide comes in.
This is great. You got a swimming pool here. How did you get the color in?
We use powdered paint.
Uh-huh.
And then we put flowers around it.
You know, all the shrubs. And it looks like you got a deep end and a shallow end there, too, huh?
We do.
The Laddie School in Ramona, California, huh?
Yes.
It's gorgeous. Thanks all very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I know some people who can create a whole world right out of thin air. They're actors who improvise. They make up a story as they go along, with a little help from their friends in the audience. Watch this.
Reading Rainbow presents Chicago City Limits.
Hi, everybody. We are Chicago City Limits. This is David and Paul and Chris and Linda, and I'm Carol. You know what we do? We improvise. Now, who knows what it means to improvise? Let's hear it. Very good. When you do improvisation, you pretend, and that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be pretending. Now, right now, I would like you to pretend for me, all right? Close your eyes for just a second. Now, everybody, think that you're a lion. Let's feel like, first we're gonna feel like a lion. Everybody starts to feel like a lion. How does a lion feel? Sometimes it's hungry, sometimes it's sad. Now, when I count to 3, I want to hear lions. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. I can't hear you, lions. Let's hear them again. Come on, let's be lions. Lion faces. Let me see those lion faces. When you pretend you can be anything in the world that you want to be, absolutely everything. I want you to think about what you want to be when you grow up. Be anything at all. And who thinks they really know what they want to be when they grow up? Chris, you're sure you know what you want to be when you grow up? Are you ready to come up here and show us? All right, Chris, tell me right now, what do you want to be when you grow up?
A football player.
Oh, a football player? A professional football player? All right, come on up here, Chris.
Oh, I'm gonna say
Come on up by me. A receiver. A wide end receiver? He knows a lot about football, a lot more than I do. This is Chris. No longer Chris the student, but Chris, the wide end receiver. Let's go! Hey, 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 hey!
Okay, Chris. Look, I'm gonna send you in the game now, all right? All right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want you to go out there. I want you to catch that pass. I'm gonna have the quarterback. He's right behind you. The whole team's behind you. We're dependent on you. It's life or death. Chris, what's your plan?
Right. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna curve over, he's gonna throw the ball.
Go out, curve over, and he's gonna throw the ball to you. That's great, Chris. Just a second. Okay, Muggsy, get in here. Yo, coming, coach. Okay, Muggsy, I want you to go. Take the snap from center. He's gonna go out, hook around, and throw the pass to him, all right? All right, coach. All right, you got the plan? Right. Okay.
Hi, I'm head of the cheerleaders. I'm head of the cheerleaders, and I was wondering if you could take a picture with me right now, okay? Click. Oh, thanks a lot.
Chris, those ladies, they're all after you. You gotta be careful. Keep your mind on the game, all right?
Hey, kid, you don't need him, you need me. With me, I can get you selling razors over TV. You'll get $500,000, and all you have to do is say, I shave with this razor.
Chris?
Okay, everybody, go, Chris, go, Chris, go, Chris, go, Chris.
All right, it's time for the big play, Chris.
Go, Chris,
He's got the ball.
Go, Chris, go, Chris.
Hey, come on, Chris. Come on.
How did he do that?
Pretended.
He pretended, right. Because when you pretend, you can be anybody you want to be.
Wow, you are terrific. You are just the greatest in the world. I've never seen anything like this. Can I be your manager?
Yes, sure.
Sign this paper. I'm gonna make you $1 million. You stick with me. My name's Irv. Hi.
Wow, that is the best tap dancer I've ever seen in the whole world.
She's my baby.
Who's her manager?
That's me.
Gosh, I'd like to sign her up to play in my theater.
Sign right here.
Just 1 minute, please. I know this is the best tap dancer in the world, but it's also my daughter, and I want her to finish her education. Now, listen, you have your choice. Do you want to become a big star, but not have an education, or are you going to go to college, like I wanted you to? It's up to you, honey. I do want to be a big star, and I also do want to be pretty smart.
Excuse me, I'm from the Juilliard School of Music. I saw this great tap dancer. If she wants to be a famous tap dancer, that's fine. She can go to school at night.
Well, I guess that's the solution.
Well, you better dance. All right, let's hear our tap dancer here. You know it's fun to pretend.
You will find.
If you grab a friend, make things up.
Anything you want, it can be fun.
It can be smart.
You'll be funny.
You will see. Making fun easy as ABC.
Oh, yeah, it's fun to make believe. You know it's fun to make believe.
You know it's fun
to play pretend.
You can do it all the time.
Just grab a friend. Make things up.
On the spot, you could be a doctor.
And you'll be so hot.
You'll be
funny. You'll be what you are. And if you play pretend, you can go very far.
Oh, yeah, it's fun to make believe. You know it's fun, fun, fun to make believe. Oh.
When you make it up, you can be whatever you wanna be.
You know it's fun to make believe.
Oh, yeah.
If you make up a story that you don't want to lose, you can write it down in the pages of a book, your own book. It's one of the best ways to share a story, unless you have an endless supply of bottles and notes. It's easy to make your own book. Watch.
Making a book, how about making a book? You need some cardboard, tape and glue, some fancy wrapping paper too, a pair of scissors, that's all that you need for making a book. Cut the cardboard to a size that's right, and the wrapping paper to just the right height. Now fold the paper and tape it tight to make a cover for your book. You can make anything if you try. A boat that can float, a cat that can fly. Here's something to make that's as easy as making a book. Making a book. How about making a book? Construction paper, any color will do. Put it in a pile and fold it in two. And on the edges, put some glue to make pages for your book. A piece of cardboard can be the spine. Some sticky tape will hold it just fine. The cover is ready and now it's time to glue the pages in your book. Ooh, your book is ready and the fun's just begun now. Ooh, those empty pages, you can fill every one now. You can write a story, sign your name and draw a picture or two. Ooh, you can make anything if you try. A boat that can float, a cat that can fly. Here's something to make that's as easy as making a book. Making a book. How about making a book? Making a book. Making a book. How about making a book?
Storytelling can really be anything, can't it? And if you like this book, 3 by the Sea, you might like these 3, but you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, do you like to go on trips in your imagination? I do. My name is Wendy Zaweski, and I just read this great book. It's called Regards to the Man in the Moon. It's about a little boy and his father who has a big junkyard, and they used all kinds of neat stuff to make pretend vehicles out of their father's junkyard. My favorite, most exciting picture was when asteroids were falling down, and they called them big monsters, and they were going over and under and upside down. At the end of the story, all their friends stopped laughing, and they decided to make their own neat vehicles. If your friends give you a hard time about using your imagination, I'd pass this book over to them, because it would teach them a lesson how great it is to use your imagination.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cecilia Bobo. Do you have a best friend? If you do, I think you should read the book called Frog and Toad Together. It's about 2 animals and how really good friends they are, and how they share friendship, go on adventures, and teach each other lessons. I like the part about the cookies. Toad baked some cookies, and he brought it over to Frog's house, and they started eating the cookies. And then after a while they said, we shouldn't eat too many cookies, and they tried to stop, but they couldn't. So Frog let the birds eat it outside, and Toad said, I don't care about you, but I'm going home to bake a cake. I think anybody who has a best friend would get a real kick out of this book. I think that you should go to your nearest library and get it right away.
Hi, I'm Carrie. Have you ever used your imagination to go on a trip in your own world? That's what this book's about. It's called Come Away from the Water, Shirley. Shirley goes on a trip to the beach with her family, and the mother and the father just sit around. Her parents are very boring. Shirley sits down and uses her imagination. She goes on a pirate ship, she digs for treasures, and she finds treasures. The most exciting thing she does is she fights with pirates, and a little dog helps her. Most of you kids will like this book because it shows that you can use your imagination with yourself or with somebody else.
There are stories everywhere you look, if you look in the right way. The beach is like a page in a giant book. New stories every day, new mysteries to be solved, new castles to build and to be washed away by the tide. I still want to know who wrote this. What did you see? Was it a school of dolphins coming to save the sinking ship? Maybe a huge white shark with great teeth. Maybe even a mermaid. We'll never know. Anyway, whoever it was or whatever it was, I think I'll add my own chapter to the book. There. I wonder if anybody else will find it after I've thrown it back in. You never know. Well, see you next time. What's that? Oh, I see. Spots on a giraffe. Spots on a giraffe? That's not how I see it. Anybody can see that's two big eyes and a nose. I don't know what you two are looking at, but I see a close-up of a delicious piece of Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? You've got to be kidding. Giraffe spots do not look like something to eat. Oh, give me a break. It's obviously a face. Plain as the nose on my face, it's a piece of cheese. Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. Let's take another look at this. The way I see it, it's two balloons playing catch. See? It all depends on how you look at it. That's from my point of view. You'd have to be really stretching it to think it's anything, but what I agree with me is a nose. Wait! Since we don't see eye to eye, let's take a look at another riddle. Okay. This one's easy. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, anybody can see that's a closed eyelid. A closed what? From my point of view, it's a somersaulting caterpillar. No. Look at it this way. It's the entrance to a tunnel. Huh? No. Look again. It's the sun passing by a window. Unbelievable. How come you guys can't see better? I think you need an eye checkup. Look at this. Maybe we can see eyeball to eyeball this time. Now, from my point of view, it's really a wild hairdo, kind of a bright red afro. No way, man. Anybody can see that's the letter C. No, let me show you. It's a dripping drop of water. Purple water. Purple water? No, look at it this way. It's a rolling hot dog. A red collar. A half-eaten cherry lifesaver. A worm that's just been tickled. A clown smiling. A red nose warmer for a purple nose. Yeah, I see what you mean. Take another look at this. We're all right. It all depends on how you look at it. The riddles you just saw are from this, the Turnabout, Think About, Look About book. And there are lots more in here. These are riddles for your eyes instead of your ears, and the more you turn the book, the more there is to see. The artist who drew the picture shows 4 ways of looking at the same thing, but there are probably 4,000, 4 million, as many of you as are watching right now. That's because we all see things in different ways, our own special ways. We also have our own unique ways of hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. That's why I love coming to the Farmer's Bazaar, where I'm surrounded by all the colors of the rainbow and as many textures and sweet-smelling aromas as there are fruits and vegetables here. Everybody loves to try their own hand at using their senses to discover the juiciest, ripest, and the most delicious of the market's pick. These are some of my best bets for today's tastiest treats. What do you think this is? The burning hot surface of the sun? A sponge? No, it's an orange. And how about this? Green coral? Seeds? Of course not. It's broccoli. And what do you suppose this is? A moon crater? A dried up riverbed? Not at all. It's a potato. Let's try another one. This could be lizard skin or a leaf, but it's not. It's an onion. You've been looking through a very special camera lens that lets you see ordinary things, things you've looked at almost every day of your life, in a brand new way. I'm sure you know lots of people who use special lenses to see all the time. Arthur could really tell you the importance of wearing glasses if you need them. He found out the hard way, and that's what this book, Arthur's Eyes, is all about.
Arthur's Eyes. Story and pictures by Mark Brown. This is Arthur before he got glasses. He looked fine, but he couldn't see very well. And sometimes he got headaches. Arthur had to hold his book so close that his nose got in the way. He couldn't see the board. Francine had to read Arthur the problems. "Are you blind?" she always asked. Francine got every problem right. Arthur didn't. No one wanted to play with Arthur. Arthur's father and mother took him to the optometrist. Dr. Iris tested Arthur's eyes. "You need glasses," said Dr. Iris. Arthur tried on all kinds of frames. He chose the ones he liked best. "You look very handsome in your new glasses," said his father. "Everything looks clearer," said Arthur. His mother told him he looked very smart. But the next morning, his friends laughed at him. Francine called him Four Eyes. "Sissy," shouted Buster. None of Arthur's friends wore glasses. No one in his family wore glasses either. Arthur felt awful. He didn't care if he could see. He didn't want to be called Four Eyes. Arthur decided he would lose his glasses. Arthur put his shirt in the laundry. In the front pocket were his glasses. His mother found them the next morning. "You have to be more careful, Arthur. You're lucky they weren't broken." That day at school, Arthur hid his glasses in his lunchbox. He told his teacher he forgot them. But now, things were harder to see than ever. When Arthur walked down the hall to the boys' room, he had to count the doors. He opened the door. Francine was talking. What was Francine doing in the boys' room? Get out of here, screamed Francine. This is the girls' room. Arthur couldn't find the door. Now all the girls were screaming out in the hall. Doors opened. Teachers ran out. The principal appeared. Everyone was looking at Arthur. Arthur turned red. He wanted to hide. The principal took Arthur to his office. Then Arthur's teacher talked to him. "Why don't you keep your glasses in a case in your pocket as I do?" he asked. "You wear glasses?" asked Arthur. "Yes, for reading," said his teacher. He took them out. They looked just like Arthur's, brown. Suddenly, Arthur felt better. He went to his lunchbox and he put on his glasses. In gym, Arthur made 10 baskets. Francine made 4. That afternoon, Arthur didn't need Francine to read the problems on the board. He got every one right. Arthur could see Francine's paper. She missed 2. After school, Francine asked Arthur to be on her team. "I'll consider it," said Arthur. The next morning, Arthur was very surprised when he saw Francine. "They're my movie star glasses," said Francine. "But there isn't any glass in them," said Arthur. "It doesn't matter. They help me concentrate and make me look beautiful," said Francine. That afternoon, a photographer took the class picture. "Just a minute," said Arthur. He took out his glasses. He carefully polished them and put them on. "Everyone ready?" said the photographer. "Wait," said Francine. She ran to get her purse. She took out her movie star glasses. "Okay, I'm ready too," said Francine. "Smile," said the photographer.
I wear glasses too. It certainly improved the view. Most of the time I wear contact lenses, but I like the way these look. What do you think? I got a complete eye checkup, including a test for color blindness. You ever have one? Let me show you. I got this from my eye doctor. Now, if you have normal vision, you see the number 5. But if you have red-green color blindness, you don't see a number at all. Not very serious. You just have to be extra sure that your socks match and double-check traffic lights when you cross the street. But there's another kind of color blindness, kind that has nothing to do with your eyes. It has to do with your mind, not with what you see, but how you see it. And it has to do with your heart, not with who you see, but how you see them. People come in all different sizes, shapes, and colors, and when you see through the skin on someone's face to the person underneath, then you're colorblind in the best possible way. That's what these poems are about.
I think the real color is behind the color. That skin on my face is for cold mornings and the cool breezes of some summer afternoons. Under that skin and under that face is the real face. I have all these parts stuffed in me, like Mama's chicken and biscuits and Daddy's apple pie and a tasty story from the family tree. But I know that tomorrow morning I'll wake up empty and hungry for that next bite of my new day. Imagine, I am standing with one foot in Africa, for my ancestors dragged away from their homes and lands and tribes to sail to America as slaves. 1 foot in Europe, for my ancestors living in their ghettos, in their Polish and German villages, until they sailed to America to find a new home and life. Imagine I'm standing with 1 foot in New York City for my first 8 years of riding the Central Park Carousel, walking on Broadway, listening to the music of the streets. 1 foot in Ohio for my present time of summer corn and the smell of hogs after rain. This town has birds that bring the mornings to my room. 4 foot feet, enough to make me sit right down. The way I see any hope for later, we will have to get over this color thing and stop looking at how much brown or tan there is in or on this woman or that man, and stop looking at who is a woman and who is a man. Stop looking. Start loving.
I'll take this one. I've got a movie in here. Well, at least that's what it looks like. Watch. This is a flip book, and I made it myself by drawing a series of pictures that change just a little bit each time. Now, if you look at them quickly, you see the action of his arm instead of the individual pictures. That's how most animated movies or cartoon films are made, frame by frame. Anyone with a little time, patience, and a pencil can create one. Making a movie is one way of showing other people your own personal way of seeing and hearing the world. Now, here are some young filmmakers who are doing just that.
Close your eyes and listen to the music and see what picture you get in your head.
I saw a dancer, and I saw her dancing in a garden. And I saw her moving her legs and arms and spinning. She dances in her backyard, and her backyard's really a garden. And she has 5 flowers growing, and every day she leaps over them. I like to sing, and I like to dance to music, and I like ballet. That's why I made a ballerina in blue, because blue is one of my favorite colors. We all listen to the music, but people have different feelings, and they do different things, and everybody's different. Some people like to eat, some people like birds. Or if you just learned a game called dominoes, which I just learned, you're probably going to think about dominoes. And so that's how it turned out for me. I see dominoes with hands, and they're dancing, and they're singing, and they're just dancing along, and they're jumping on each other, and they're having fun. What if advantage of working with a partner is if you're not sure of something, you could just consult your partner and see what he thinks about it.
Yeah, so if you have the slightest doubt about if something good or bad, you can just ask him, and then if they think it's bad, you get rid of it. I see blocks going around, and then they're coming into shapes, and then it goes into 3 different parts, and it just keeps on circling and circling.
If you use your other senses, smell, taste, hearing, and touch, you don't always need your eyes to know what's going on around you. Sometimes you don't even need your eyes to read a book. Meet Rolly. He's small, round, and very curious, and he wants to explore the book he lives in. This book, Rolly Goes Exploring, can be read by blind or sighted children. If you can't read the words with your eyes, you can read them with your fingers. These little raised dots are a special language called Braille. Blind people use it to read and write. Each set of dots is a letter or number that you can learn to read with your fingers, just like you can learn to use your other senses to read. I'll show you what I mean. Reading a book with my fingers makes me realize how much I see the world all the time without using my eyes. You can't always tell how ripe a melon is just by looking at it. You can't tell if it's sweet and ready to eat unless you smell it, squeeze it, even listen to it. Lots of times you can hear what someone has to say by using your eyes instead of your ears. Watch, you'll see what I mean. For me? You see what I mean? Aww. Mime is just one way to communicate without saying anything. And American Sign Language is another. If you enjoyed Arthur's Eyes, here are some other books you might like, but you don't have to take my word for it.
H-E-L-L-O. Hello, my name is Erin Klimko, and that was American Sign Language. It's a way of communicating without words. And if you want to do more of that, you should read a book called A Show of Hands. It's a book about a boy who doesn't believe in sign language till he meets a girl who's deaf and then finds out he's been using it all along. He used things like shrugging his shoulders if he didn't know the answer, raising his hand if he did, waving to a friend across the street, or just twiddling his thumbs. I especially like the pictures in the book. There's even a sign language alphabet. You can learn the whole alphabet for reading this book, and even some words, too. I was kind of nervous about showing you this book, so I hope you really like it. Hello, my name is Robin Martin. Do you have any grandparents who are blind and who can teach you things? This book is called Through Grandpa's Eyes. It's about John and his grandfather who is blind. Grandpa taught John how to tell when breakfast was ready. He used his ears and his nose. He smelled the bacon cooking, and he smelled the marigolds, which didn't smell so good. I learned a lot of things from this book, like using my nose and my ears and how special it is to learn from a blind person. This is a wonderful book, and I hope you read it someday.
Namaste, everybody. And in India, we say that. It means hello. I'm Nilay Shah. I'm Nirav Shah, and he is my twin brother. Even though we're twins, we don't always agree on things. And we read this book called, Is This a Baby Dinosaur? It's a science book. It is also a non-fiction book. My favorite part is the question that asks, look hard at anything you see. Is it what it seems to be? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You can really let your imagination fly. But my favorite part is when they ask, could you hang these on your Christmas tree? And the answer is, no, they wouldn't last. They are dewdrops on a spider's web.
Nirav, I think they should read the book because of the science.
But I think they should read the book because of the close-up pictures.
Well, you can think what you want to think, but judge for yourself.
Aujo!
Boy, this guy makes Jaws look like a tadpole. Neat. Writing this letter is a big deal. I hope I can afford the postage on it. Must be part of a big band. Hey there, big guy. Would it be too much to ask if I borrowed your gavel? Order in the court. Order in the court. Judging by the size of this, I'd be a big hit on the bench. Or tops in my art class. Am I having some sort of weird dream? Have my big ideas gotten the best of me? Or am I just in a toy store called KB in La Mesa, California? You know, if I were to judge myself just by what I see right now, I'd feel awfully small. It could make me feel pretty unimportant. Boy, that looks so tasty. Wow, thanks. I know I have a huge appetite, but this is ridiculous. I hope my eyes aren't bigger than my stomach. I'll take that banana, too. Sometimes even the real world can make me feel small.
Thank you.
Thank you. But you can't measure yourself by the people or things standing next to you. There's always going to be somebody bigger or smaller than you are. Thanks. The only way to really know how big and important you are is to look inside yourself. The things around you aren't nearly as important as how you see yourself. Some people say the best things come in small packages. Others say bigger is better. It all depends on how you look at it. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time. Hi there. This is some bird cage. And in this cage live rare exotic birds from all over the world. Like this guy here. This is Sweetie, a yellow-naped Amazon. The white birds you see are cockatoos. They're from Indonesia. And the big blue guy in the background, that's a macaw from South America. This is Sports Arena Tropicals, a pet shop that specializes in rare, out-of-the-ordinary pets, like these feathered friends. Did you know that some people like spiders and snakes for pets? Well, this is one of the places where they can come and buy them. So let's go talk to Willie, who works here at the pet store, and meet some of his very intriguing friends. Hiya, Willie. This isn't what I think it is it?
This is a tarantula.
That's what I thought. Where does it come from?
This particular one comes from northern South America.
Now, there's something that I've always wanted to know about tarantulas. Are they or are they not poisonous?
Well, they're venomous in that they sting, but it's just like a bee if they bite you.
So it's not lethal. It can't kill you?
Unless you're allergic to it, it can't.
Now, what do tarantulas eat?
They eat mostly small insects like crickets and cockroaches, whatever they find along the ground.
Do they eat a lot?
This one here will probably eat 3 crickets in a week.
Really?
Yeah.
And how big do they get?
Well, it depends on the kind. This particular kind here only gets about 4 inches across, but some of them will get as large as your hand.
Really?
Yeah.
So this is kind of a baby. This is a baby?
It's a smaller kind.
A smaller one. What is all of this hair here? Does it serve some specific purpose?
Well, they use it as a defense. They pick it off their rear ends when they feel threatened. And the hair gets into your skin and causes it to itch.
Ah.
It's just a way of discouraging other animals from eating them.
So he uses it for protection?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Just one last question. Why would anybody want to have a tarantula for a pet?
Well, they're different. They're quiet, don't eat much, and they're just weird.
I guess.
Now, speaking of weird things, got another friend over here you might want to see.
Let's take a look.
Get this guy back. There's another one I'd like you to meet. This is Fang. Fang is a boa constrictor from Mexico. She's about 6.5 feet long. And she get about another 3 or 4 feet long.
Yeah?
Before she gets much older here.
Fang, hello, Fang. Can I pet her?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hi, Fang. What do boa constrictors eat, Willie?
Well, they eat mostly small rodents and small animals, birds, and so forth. But in captivity, we usually feed them hamsters and mice.
How old do snakes get?
Well, some snakes have been known to live up to 25 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Snakes like Fang, they live that long?
Those and the larger species, yeah.
Really? He feels real soft and smooth. You know, most people think that snakes are like slimy, but Fang is very dry.
No, he's dry. He just shed his skin a very short time ago, so he's very brightly colored.
He's beautiful, yeah.
This particular snake is colored this way so that in the wild he can't be seen. He's camouflaged. Helps him to blend in with their natural surroundings.
I see.
And helps them to hide from the animals that they eat.
Right.
You can see on his face there, he's got some markings that make his head look rather like a tail. And then his tail is very dark, and that keeps other animals from seeing it, so it blends in. So his prey wouldn't know which end was which.
I see. You know, this snake may look scary, but actually she's pretty friendly. And she'd make a very good pet if you kept her at home where she belonged. I mean, what would happen if you were to take your friendly pet boa constrictor to school? And what if it just happened to be on the day of the class trip to a place with a lot of other animals? Well, I'll tell you, the worst thing that could happen, it could get loose and, well, this book, The Day Jimmy's Boa Ate the Wash, could tell you a lot better than I could.
Let's climb the
food of the American Indian, a popular favorite on the cob.
The day Jimmy's boa ate the wash. By Trinka Hakes Noble. Pictures by Stephen Kellogg.
Hi, how was your class trip to the farm?
Oh, boring. Kind of dull. Until the cow started crying.
A cow? Crying?
Yeah, you see a haystack fell on her.
But a haystack doesn't just fall over.
It does if a farmer crashes into it with his tractor.
Oh, come on. A farmer wouldn't do that.
He would if he were too busy yelling at the pigs to get off our school bus.
What were the pigs doing on the bus?
Eating our lunches.
Why were they eating your lunches?
Because we threw their corn at each other, and they didn't have anything else to eat.
Oh, that makes sense. But why were you throwing corn?
Because we ran out of eggs.
Out of eggs? Why were you throwing eggs?
Because of the boa constrictor.
The boa constrictor?
Yeah, Jimmy's pet boa constrictor.
What was Jimmy's pet boa constrictor doing on the farm?
Oh, he brought it to meet all the farm animals. But the chickens didn't like it.
You mean he took it into the hen house?
Yeah, and the chickens started squawking and flying around.
Go on. Go on. What happened?
Well, one hen got excited and laid an egg, and it landed on Jenny's head.
The hen?
No, the egg. And it broke Yaki all over her hair.
What did she do?
She got mad because she thought Tommy threw it. So she threw one at him.
What did Tommy do?
Oh, he ducked, and the egg hit Marianne's face. So she threw one at Jenny, but she missed and hit Jimmy, who dropped his boa constrictor.
Oh, and I know. The next thing you knew, everyone was throwing eggs, right?
Right.
And when you ran out of eggs, you threw the pig's corn, right?
Right again.
Well, what finally stopped it?
Well, we heard the farmer's wife screaming.
Why was she screaming?
We never found out. Because Mrs. Stanley made us get on the bus, and we sort of left in a hurry without the boa constrictor.
I bet Jimmy was sad because he left his pet boa constrictor.
Oh, not really. We left in such a hurry that one of the pigs didn't get off the bus. So now he's got a pet pig.
Boy, that sure sounds like an exciting trip.
Yeah, I suppose. If you're the kind of kid who likes class trips to the farm.
What's the matter? Never seen a snakeskin muffler before? This one just happens to have the snake still in it. If you could have any strange pet in the world, what would you choose?
A mouse.
An iguana.
A dinosaur because I like to ride on it and play with it.
A cheetah, so I could train it to hunt.
I would like a duck-billed platypus.
A mermaid.
A snake, because I like slimy things that are skinny.
A walrus because it's big and belongs in the water.
An elephant with rabbit ears.
A lizard because it's very, very slimy.
A frog because he can hop all over around the place.
I'd like to have a sea lion so I can go swimming with it.
Some kids think about pigs being dirty and everything, but we really love them. I think every kid should have something like this, you know, that you can pet and everything. They're really fun. They're just as smart as dogs, and probably, I think they're a little bit funnier. Sometimes you look at them and you can almost tell that they're smiling. Like they've got cute faces. All pigs have their own personality. That's what I think is the most fun thing about them. Some will fight, and some will be lazy, and some will be hyper, and it's just fun to raise them and see what type of pig you get. I'm putting some water on Peaches because they don't have sweat glands and they get really hot. That's most of the reason why they root up all the mud. Like right now, they're rooting up the dirt and everything, and they'll lay in a certain spot sometimes because they'll spill their water there and it'll be shaded, and they like to lay in cool spots. They do make mud puddles, and they do lay in them, but that's just to keep cool. They like to keep their bellies cool. And some of the white pigs, when they get like bug bites a lot, so they sometimes go in the mud and get covered from the mud to protect from the insects and stuff. You can't sneak up on a pig. They can hear real well, and their ears are really soft. They have little hairs inside. Most pigs love to have their ears scratched. In fact, probably all of them do. They relax more, they snuggle down, you scratch them. Pigs have bristly hair, sort of. When they're babies, it's softer, but as they get bigger, it gets more bristly and it's hard, like straw, like a scrub brush, kind of. Some pigs will have curly hair, some will have straight hair. Well, if you have a pig with curly hair, it usually means that it's not very healthy, but there's a couple of breeds that do have curly hair. Their noses are really funny. They feel like an elephant's trunk. They're rubbery. Right here is the part where they use to root and everything. They feel like rubber almost, like hard earlobe. Most people don't think they can get too close to pigs, but I love them. I just don't see anything wrong with them. They're just as fun as dogs, and especially when they're little puppies, and I love them. You usually would have them for a long time, and you get really attached to them. Like some people keep them in their house and everything. You could get really attached to pigs. They're so cute. I love them.
This here is my sister Laura Hilliker. We live on our grandparents' farm.
Hi, this is Herbie. He's one of our steers. We have lots of other animals here on the farm.
Hey, Fang, I see that twinkle in your beady little eyes. You just love to get out there and run around with those farm animals, wouldn't you? But we saw what happened the day Jimmy's boa ate the wash. So you're just gonna have to stay here while I go out to the livestock show. Come on, Fang, I hate to say goodbye too, but, you know.
Looks like she doesn't want to leave you, LeVar.
Well, I hope she doesn't have a crush on me. That could be dangerous. Listen, thanks, Willie, an awful lot.
Sure, no problem.
Take care of Fang for me.
Bye-bye.
Hi. Imagine having a snake fall in love with you. Well, this is it. The Great Western Junior Livestock and Dairy Show in Pomona, California. Contestants spend all year feeding and caring for their animals. All day long, they've been brushing, combing, and grooming, and now is the big moment for over 2,000 farm animals. And it's not just the animals that compete here. It's the people, too. They challenge each other in all kinds of events. Right now, these contestants are pruning, snipping, and shearing their sheep in a process called fitting. They want the sheep to look their best for the judges.
This is Buck. He's a Shropshire. He's a yearling, meaning he's 1 year old. I bought him when he was a lamb. I've never shown him. This is going to be the first time I've shown him, so I'm going to see how I do with him. When I got him as a lamb, he was pretty big, so I'm really kind of excited to show him for the first time and all. It's sort of like, well, when you have something new, you like to show it off. I know when I buy an outfit, I like to wear it the next day. So when the first fair comes around, it's like I get to show them off. And it's kind of exciting. When you take your sheep to a fair, you wash it, you pack it, you card it up, trim it, you make it look as best as you possibly can, and then you go and you show off your talent, you show off your good work, your hard labor, and you really feel good, and no matter where you place, you know you tried. This is a card, and what it is there's these little needles that are curved to a slant. What it does is you take it and it pulls up the wool. So, and after you don't go all over the sheep, you just pick an area and you work from there. After you get the wool up, you take your shears and you shear it down and try to get it as flat and as even as possible. We started with Buck today about 7:45, and what we did, he had a big fluff. It was all trimmed and then it was big and fluffy up here. So what we had to do was blend it in right about here. So it's taken quite a long time. It is work, but when you go out there and you win a ribbon, even if it's the last place, you think, I tried and this is what I get for it.
The contestants have to bring their animals into the show ring for close inspection by the judges. Getting a blue ribbon is the big payoff for a year's worth of hard work.
Well, when I take Buck out in the ring or any of my sheep, I'm very nervous. All these eyes are watching me. I'm being judged. Usually my parents are out there. I'm very nervous. But after a while, about 5 minutes or so, you start to ignore all the eyes and just watch what the judge wants you to do.
Bone. A pair of pretty long-bodied bucks on the bottom that just aren't quite massive enough, not enough power up through their front end or enough bone all the way through.
After I do all my work and I'm out in the ring and it's over with, I can tell and I know that I tried my best and it was worth it.
Another exciting event is the Dairy Goat Milking Contest. The competitor who ends up with the most milk in his or her bucket is declared the winner. And it can get pretty hectic. The winner gets a blue ribbon as top goat milker of the year. And the runners-up, well, they can try again next year. If you like The Day Jimmy's Boa Ate the Wash, you can try again on some other good books. Here are some you won't want to miss. But you don't have to take my word for it, or Egbert's either.
Could be worse. Have you ever heard anybody say that? Well, there's somebody in this book who says it all the time, and that's Grandpa. The two grandchildren, Marianne and Louie, are getting fed up with him saying that all the time. So, Grandpa tells a real tall tale. A tall tale is a weird, exaggerated story. Some of the things that happen to Grandpa are he gets caught in a giant lobster, sinks a mile to the bottom in the ocean, and gets rolled up in a giant snowball. I think if you've ever told a weird, wacky story like this, you'd like this book. It really shows how your imagination can run away with you. I ought to know. My name's Tina Ingrassi, and I've told a few myself.
Hi, snakes are pretty nice creatures if you don't molest them. Some people even have them for pets, but I don't think my mom would let me have one, unless it was a neat snake like Crichter. Crichter is a boa constrictor. He belongs to a nice teacher named Madame Buteau. Crichter turned out to be terrific because one night a burglar broke into Madame Buteau's apartment, and Crichter saved her. He wrapped himself right around the burglar. If you don't like snakes, this book might change your mind, especially if you run into a neat boa constrictor like Crichter. This is Eric Fung reporting for Reading Rainbow.
Attention, please. This is Anne Michelle Harrington with a special book bulletin. But first, I would like to ask you if you've ever really had a horrible day. I mean terrible. If you have, then you'll think this book is really far out. It's about a boy named Alexander who wakes up in the morning with gum in his hair. Yuck! And that's just the beginning. He drops his clothes in the sink. He gets smushed in the car on the way to school. He doesn't get any dessert in his lunch. He has a cavity when he gets to the dentist. And lots of other terrible things happen to him. If you want to find out what else happens, then go to the library and look for Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. It'll really make you laugh.
It's been a great day here at the Great Western Junior Livestock and Dairy Show. You know, animals are important to all of us, whether they're the barnyard variety, the exotic type, or just plain good company. Even when they slip away for a few minutes on their own.
Well, before you slip away, I just want to say, we'll see you next time.
Oh, thanks. Oh, boy. You know, this isn't as easy as it looks. To be really good at disco skating, you've got to keep at it. But it's still fun, even if you're not an expert. Besides, there's always the music. Sometimes I love just watching and listening. You know, I've always loved music, all kinds of music. I take music with me wherever I go. I believe that everything in life has a rhythm, and I'm very sensitive to the rhythms in my own life. Some people hear the strings, some people horns. Well, I hear the drums. And there's music everywhere today, from birds warbling in the trees to musicians tooting, strumming, and fiddling in the park. Let's go see if we can find some. Here. What is this?
This is a one-man band, sir.
A one-man band? This is wild. How many instruments do you have here?
I have 55 right now.
55? It's great the way they all kind of fit here on the rack in their own place. Can anybody do this? Can anybody make a one-man band?
I think so.
Yeah? What does it take?
A lot of junk and a lot of work and experience.
Well, how long have you been at it?
12 years, exactly.
12 years. You know, one-man bands have always been very special. And this is a story about a very mysterious stranger who promised to make a one-man band right out of thin air, and about the boy who believed that he could.
Ty's One-Man Band by Mildred Pitts Walter, illustrated by Margot Tone. The sun rose aflame. It quickly dried the dew and baked the town. Another hot, humdrum day. Ty's mother was washing clothes, and his father was busy unloading feed for the chickens. His sister was in the kitchen. Ty had nothing fun to do. Ty thought of the tall, cool grass at the pond and decided to go there alone. At the pond, big trees sank their roots down deep and lifted their branches up, up, up toward the sky. The grass grew tall enough to hide a boy as big as Ty, and he lay quiet, listening. Step the rump. He heard it again. Step the rump, step the rump, step the rump. What could it be? His heart beat wildly as he kept still, listening. Closer it came. Then Ty saw a man carrying a bundle. Ty had never seen anyone like this before. The man had only one leg. The other leg was nothing but a wooden peg. The man walked down the path to the water's edge. He set his bundle down. From the bundle, he took a tin cup, a tin plate, and a spoon. Then he took out cheese, apples, and a big round loaf of bread. He smiled, and then he ate hungrily. Then he did a surprising thing. He tossed his cup into the air and caught it. He tossed the plate and then the spoon. He's a juggler, Ty thought. Then he beat a rhythm with the spoon on the cup. Tink, kink, tink, kink, 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 tink, kink, 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 kink. He's a drummer, too, Ty said to himself. Wonder if he's a circus man. Then there was a low rumble, like thunder afar. The train turned the bend. When Ty looked back toward the pond for the man, he was no longer there. Where had the man gone? Was he a disappearing magician too? Ty tiptoed to the trail. He felt his heart beat. Thump, 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 thump. Just as he was almost to the trail, whee! The man jumped out of the grass. He laughed so hard that Ty began to laugh too. Are you a circus man, Ty asked. No, I'm not a circus man. Who are you? My name is Andro. I'm a one-man band. What's a one-man band? I'll show you. Go home and get a washboard and 2 wooden spoons, a tin pail and a comb. I'll come into town at sundown and make music for you and your friends. A one-man band? Wait till I tell my friends. At home, Ty ran to his brother Jason's room. Can I use your comb at sundown for the one-man band to make music? Yeah, but combs are made for combing hair, not for making music. Ty rushed to the kitchen. His sister was stirring cornbread. Can I use 2 wooden spoons at sundown? Yes, his sister said, if you promise to bring them back. These spoons have made a lot of cornbread, but I never heard them make music. He found his mother in the yard, taking in the clothes. He told her about Andro, and she said, you may use my washboard at sundown, but that board is made for washing, not for making music. His father was in the shed, putting corn in the pail to feed the chickens. Of course you may use the pail, son, but don't bet on hearing a one-man band. Pails are for hauling, not music. Ty ran to tell his friends, but no one believed there was such a thing as a one-man band. How could he make music with a comb, a washboard, or wooden spoons? All of Ty's friends laughed. Ty sat on the corner under the street lamp. The comb, the pail, 2 wooden spoons, and the washboard were nearby. He waited. Had Andro forgotten? Soon, the street light came on. Ty's friends saw him still waiting. Hey, so you think the one-man band is coming, eh? Ivan shouted. If he were coming, he'd be here by now, Noah called. Washboard music, what's that? Josh said. And they all laughed. He will come, you'll see. Ty waited and waited. Would he come? Ty waited some more. He was just about to pick up his things and go home. Then in the darkness, he heard a step the rump, step the rump, step the rump. He was coming. Whee! I'm here at your service, he said. And Ty just grinned. Andro took a thin piece of tissue paper from his pocket. Carefully, he folded the paper over the comb. Before Ty could ask what this was all about, Andro was making music. The music drifted through the empty streets, around quiet corners. One by one, people began to leave their porches. They pressed in closer and clapped their hands and tapped their feet as Andro played and danced to his own music. His peg leg went tap, tap, tippity-tap, tippity-tap, tap, 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 tippity-tap, tippity-tap, tap, tap. He twirled, skipped, hopped, and danced round and round in the spotlight of the street lamp. Andro drummed on the pail with his fingers. More, Ivan shouted. He clickety-clacked with the spoons. More, Josh and Noel cried. He strummed the washboard with his hand. More, the people shouted. Boys and girls, mothers and fathers, even the babies clapped their hands. Some danced in the street. Whenever the music stopped, everybody shouted, "More, more!" Andrew let Ty take turns using the instruments. Ty's friends wanted turns too. Soon the four of them played together like a one-man band, and everybody danced. Only Ty saw Andrew slip away back into the night.
Tinky, 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 tank. Tinky, 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 tank. You know, reading this book is a little like making music. Once Andrew shows you the secret, you can make music out of almost anything. You know, Ty really believed in Andrew, and it paid off. All they needed was a little imagination and some very ordinary things to get a whole town up dancing. And who can sit still when there's good music playing? I sure can't, and neither can my good friend Ben Vereen. When he read Ty, it made him want to get up and do a very special dance.
Can you hear it? Coming in loud and clear. Hey, it's music. And it's happening right here, all around you. Anywhere you happen to be. Everyday sounds that surround you. Hey, they sound like music to me. Can you hear it? The sounds of having fun. Hey, it's music. And it's there for everyone. When you're tuned in, every sound's as good as can be. Everyday sounds, they sound like music to me. Shaking sounds, crashing sounds, are music. Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it?
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I got this great feeling coming around, filling up inside me. Great feeling showering down from above. Great feeling, I've never been so excited, so come and join me. Great feeling, I think we can just call it love.
People like Ben Vereen and Andrew can make music out of anything. A swing, a bouncing ball, a jungle gym, or their own bodies. And some people, like Fortune, can make beautiful music together without using a single musical instrument, except their own voices.
I've got this great feeling coming around, feeling
welling up inside me. Great feeling showering down from above. Great feeling, I've never been so excited, so come and join me. Great feeling, I think we can just call it love. I think we can just call it love.
Yeah! All right! Steve Horlick of Patchworks is an up-to-the-minute one-man band who can turn himself into a whole orchestra. Steve's the music director for our shows, and we call him the Reading Rainbow Music Man. So take it away, Steve.
Recognize that melody? Hi, I'm Steve Horlick, and this is Patchworks, and all of the music for Reading Rainbow is created right here. I use this computer and lots of other equipment to generate all of the sounds of the orchestra. This computer consists of this piano-type keyboard and this typewriter-type keyboard, which you may find on your personal computer or a computer at school. The sound I just played was the sound of a saxophone. But I'm using the computer to generate it. I can also make the computer sound like a violin. Watch. The computer is showing me what the sound of a violin looks like. By studying this display, I can use the information to create new sounds. For instance, here is a sound that I just made up from scratch. As you can see and hear, this sound is totally different from either the violin or the saxophone. Every sound has its own unique personality. With the light pen, I can redraw the wave shape of any sound and make it totally different. Listen to this. Sounds totally different, doesn't it? You know, I can take this sound and some of the other sounds I created, add some vocals, some performers, and end up with a totally finished piece of music. Let me show you what I mean.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high.
This computer is really incredible. I can even take my own voice, put it into the computer, and change it in any way that I want to. Watch this. Reading Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow.
That's pretty weird, isn't it? You know, I can make one of me.
Reading Rainbow.
Or I can make two of me.
Reading Rainbow.
Or I can make a whole chorus of me's.
Reading Rainbow.
I also have a sound effects library. How about a smash? How about a bigger smash? How about an arrow hitting a target? And this is a list of all of the sounds that are in my computer. So libraries aren't only for books. With everything that I can do with this computer, you know, I really am a one-man band. Moo. Sound effects are really neat. Even the words we use to describe sounds are a lot of fun, like clink, or smash, hiss, or slam, or creak. Words that sound like what they mean are called automatopoeia. Automatopoeia, you know, that's a fun word to say. As a matter of fact, I'm writing a song about automatopoeia right now. Do you want to hear it?
Zip. Clink. Talk. Clank. Tickery. Talk.
hiss,
tick, clink,
talk,
clank, tick, curry,
talk, hiss.
The world speaks to me in a wonderful way, in sounds that are words, and this is what they say.
hiss, tick, clink, tap, 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 pop,
Pop,
pop, pop,
pop, pop,
pop, pop, pop, pop, pop,
pop, pop, pop, pop.
Crunch.
crunch, 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 crunch,
Crunch, crunch, crunch, crunch.
Fizz.
Fizz. Fizz.
fizz, 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 fizz,
Fizz.
fizz,
Fizz.
Slurp.
Slurp.
slurp, slurp, slurp,
Slurp. Slurp.
slurp, slurp, slurp,
Slurp.
Burp.
Burp,
Pop.
crunch, burp, slurp, burp,
Fizz.
burp,
Crunch. Slurp.
burp,
Slurp.
fizz,
Pop.
slurp,
crunch,
burp,
crunch,
slurp,
Fizz.
slurp,
Fizz.
slurp, crunch,
Slurp.
crunch,
crunch,
slurp,
slurp,
crunch,
slurp,
Gosh!
Okay, here we go today. Right about now, M-U-S-I-C, one of life's necessity. Music is what we're speaking of. It has a way of spreading love. Now, what do you hear before you arrive? In the morning at your window just outside, you hear birds singing, dogs barking, people talking, children walking. Ha! Sounds of life is so profound. Imagine the world if there was no sound.
If you like Ty and his one-man band, try some other books that are in demand. Bet they'll turn you on, suit you to a T, but you don't have to take it from me.
Hi, I'm Scott Ekstrom, and I don't know about you, but I kind of like music. If you like music and you'd like to make some musical instruments, you can go to your library and read this book called Making Musical Things by Ann Wiseman. Let me show you some things that you can make. One thing you can make is you take some buttons and you paste them on some cardboard. Then you fold the cardboard and they sound like this. Another thing is this really neat horn. You take a mouthpiece from a baritone, a trumpet, or a trombone, and you put it in a plastic tube. And then you put a funnel at the other end of the tube. Believe it or not, you can even make music from your body. But if you want to know how, you just have to read this book called Making Musical Things by Ann Wiseman.
Hi, how are you? I'm Jenny Guitart, and I'm going to tell you about a great book called The Amazing Bone. It's a funny book and has lots of magic in it. Pearl is the main character of the story. This mean fox tried to kidnap Pearl for dinner. The bone said some weird words like bibble, foo, bibble, bob, or something like that. And the fox started shrinking till he was as tiny as a mouse, and he scurried away into a hole. That's why the bone was magic. It could make any sound in the world. You'll love this book and other books by the same author. And I know I haven't told you yet, his name is William Steig. So take my word for it. The Amazing Bone is a great book. Hello, everybody. My name is Viola Moyo, and I've just read the exciting book called The Banza. It was written by Diane Wallstein, and the pictures were by Mark Brown. It all begins in a Haitian jungle when a tiger and a goat run into the same cave for shelter. The tiger gives the goat a banza. In other words, it means banjo. And then 10 hungry, fat, horrible tigers come and ruin the goat's day. So she plays a song and scares them off one by one. The moral of this story is to have courage when you're scared. So try and look for this fantastic book in your card catalog in the library.
Whether you play a homemade kazoo or a fancy grand piano, whether you're an electronic wizard or an old-fashioned one-man band, whether you play jazz, rock, salsa, or your mother's pots and pans, I'm sure there's lots of beautiful music down deep inside you. And it doesn't matter how you play the music. Whether you use your fingers, your feet, your voice, or by turning on the radio. The only way to make real music is with your heart.
Oye, LeVar, ven a tocar. Come play some music with us. Come on.
I'm gonna go play. See you next time.